I had my mic muted this whole time. Okay, wow. Nice job me. 5 minutes in, and I didn't say a single word. Okay. All right. Fantastic. Good job. Very smart, very refined, very intelligent. Me oh my. Am I on now? Okay. Yep. All right. Hey, what's up? A little time marker to let you know I'm actually here and talking and existing. Oh man, dude, I talked so much. I talked for 5 minutes, and it was actually really good. I don't know. For me, oh no, I loaded the wrong save. Oh gosh, it's all going wrong. I'm messing it all up. I'm a failure. I'm a fool. I am a silly little fuck, if you pardon the language. I don't know, honestly, I've been watching Ted Lasso, rewatching it. I'm like currently halfway through season 2. It's pretty good. Although I will say it is funny whenever like the announcers of the football games, where like if people are swearing, or like at the beginning of the show they call Ted a wanker. And like every time something like that happens, the announcers are like, sorry ladies and gentlemen at home, we're gonna have to apologize for the fruity language. And like every time, it is like kind of funny to me. That's like in Britain, apparently fruity means like sweary, you know, because like at like another point with Roy Kent, he's like on a TV show, and like he's swearing because that's it. Honestly, there's a lot of swearing in the show, and I love it. I adore it. I'm a big fan of swearing. I don't know if you could tell, but at one point, the other announcer's like, "Ooh, sorry for the salty language, folks," and it's just like, I don't know. It is pretty funny that that like. I don't know. It's like we would use salty in a similar way in America, but like again, it's not like specifically for swearing. Like usually, if you're being salty or you're using salty language, you're gonna be swearing. But it's like the speaking saltily is not like it doesn't necessarily mean you're swearing, you know. But yeah. Anyway, I don't know. Forgive me, pardon me, excuse me. I am, I don't know, as I explained in the beginning of this fucking video where I forgot that I had my mic muted, I have been feeling terrible all day. I just, like, my head's nauseous, so, like, if I'm laying down or sitting down for a while, I kind of forget about it, but then, like, the second I get up to go do something, my head's like, whoop. You should have stayed sitting down, buddy. You're not feeling good. You're feeling a little nauseous and a little queasy and, you know, just not very easy, I'll say. So yeah, I've had like a little headache or a very minuscule migraine like the whole day. So I've been feeling a little out of sorts. Hence why I've titled the live stream, a holly, if not jolly, citizen sleeper. Which I then proceed to look up holly, because I'm like, what does holly mean? And it's just like, it's, you know, it's a plant, evergreen thing usually associated with red berries, but not always. But yeah, and I was like thinking about it, and I was like, I think I have holly plants, like outside my house. At least I assume they're holly plants. I don't know. You can't eat them. I don't think you can eat holly, but they're there, and it's like, oh, don't eat those, and I'm like, okay, I won't, even though I want to. It's free food. It's also probably poisonous, but you know, it's still free. All right. But yeah, I am having a terrible time, an awful, no good, very bad day. So I figured, why not cap it out with some Citizen Sleeper? Because like the other thing that's been bugging me is I probably got to make an appointment with the orthodontist, because like my semi-permanent retainer is completely messed up. It is bugging the hell out of me. It's like I can't close my mouth. I can't close my mouth right now, because every time I do, I'm hitting that semi-permanent retainer, which is like out of place. It makes it really hard for me to eat, and I don't know why the dentist hates me. I don't know why they hate me. I paid money. I'm sorry I don't take good care of my teeth. I'm a bad person, you know? Or maybe I'm not a bad person, but I'm bad at being a person. That's for certain. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so I've been like deviating between like being pretty negative and being pretty happy. Oh man, you missed out on the beginning when what did I say that was like that got me so funny? Oh, I know what it was. Anyway, my intro originally, before it got cut off, was you know, I don't know if I'm particularly happy, but I am alive, which is not the case for every stream you turn into. And like, again, I didn't even like realize what I was saying until after I said it, where I'm like, oh, that's dark. Like, that's a really dark, that like it's like it's a very minuscule, small, minor chance. But there is a chance that if you click on a live stream, the person who started the live stream is no longer alive. And that is like, that's like, woo, woo. But yeah, dude, honestly, it's like, I don't know. It's like, people talk about like AI being the end of like creativity and the internet and humanity and all these things. And who knows, it very well might be. But like, honestly, I'm so interested to see how the future is going to be, because again, I think that like the thing I just said will be less morbid and more normal or interesting, in the sense of like, I don't know, I could see someone like starting a live stream or having a live stream going like 24/7, and like you just have like people constantly switch in and out. Like, I don't know if that would be like a good idea or a vastly terrible idea, but just like a stream that never ends, and like you only get like new people. And so like eventually it's like whoever started up the live stream or was like a big member of it, or like you know, founder of the studio or company or whatever it would be, like they eventually pass on, and then it's just like, oh hey, like on the live stream they would have to announce it, and it's like, I don't know. For me, man, like honestly, I will say something that I find to be disappointing, or something I dislike about like bigger live streams, is like when they're constantly interrupted by like donations. Like, I hate the text to speech stuff. Like, I doubt it will ever happen, but if anyone ever donates to me or starts doing that, I will read your message out loud if it is appropriate for me to do so. Let's get that clear. But like, I don't know. I don't think I'll ever find myself doing the text to speech stuff. Like, I will read your message out loud with my human mouth. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I got things to do in Citizen Sleeper. I was like, what's the name of this game? What's the name of this game? Which is honestly, it's kind of my game of the year. It's kind of my personal game of the year. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to say because like I'm really been thinking about the games I've played this year, and I've played a lot of games I loved this year. Like I don't know, I started off strong this year, playing Bully and Red Dead Redemption 2. Those were like the first two games I played, and I love those games. Like I love them. They're so good. Like I think those two games are the best Rockstar games. I haven't played all Rockstar games, so don't come after me. But like Red Dead Redemption 2, I think is Rockstar's magnum opus, and like Bully just has such a like wave of nostalgia that it hits me with, where even the weird, problematic, strange stuff that's in the game, I'm not giving it a pass, but I'm like, it doesn't taint the rest of the game for me with that stuff being in the game, you know. But yeah, so I like played that, played Death Stranding 2, played Clair Obscur, played Dispatch, played Persona 4 Golden. And it's like, those are all... Dispatch is the shortest among all those. But like, Clair Obscur, Death Stranding 2, and Persona 4 Golden are all super long games. Like, those three games were in my top, like, 5 played games on PlayStation. The other two were Balatro and then Share Factory, which is PlayStation's inbuilt editor. And I feel more embarrassed about that one because it's like... there is one guy, I don't follow him because, no offense to him, I don't think his content is very good. But like, he will sometimes have a Share Factory outro on his videos, and that I find to be bizarre because like it is funny how Share Factory is like, hey, have an intro on us that says Share Factory in the beginning. I'm like, I will not. I am embarrassed and ashamed that my video editing software is Share Factory, the video editing software provided by PlayStation. I don't think it comes pre-downloaded, but you can download it for free. And like, I think it's pretty good. It's pretty solid. Honestly, like, editing stuff with a controller is pretty fun. It is tedious for doing some things, like putting text on screen is a bit of a hassle and kind of sucks. And like, you can't really do anything too fancy with it. But like, for the bare minimum of like making cuts and like making short little videos like I do, like my short little Hades videos I make, as well as like I do it for other games as well sometimes, like it's perfect for that. Like, it's wonderful. It's like, cut here, you use like the D-pad to go frame by frame, you use the left stick and the right stick to like have more general control, or like go further or whatever. You can go faster doing that. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, to me there's something very fun about editing with a controller. But yeah, so it's like my top 5 games, I think it's in this order, is Balatro, Share Factory, Death Stranding 2, Persona 4 Golden, and then I think Clair Obscur, but I might be getting some of that mixed around. Whoa, chill out there. Oh yeah, no, Persona 4 Golden is 5th place, while 4th place is Clair Obscur. So 333 hours on Balatro, 303 on Share Factory, 165 on Death Stranding 2, 95 hours on Clair Obscur, and 93 hours on Persona 4 Golden. And I'll say both with like Balatro and Share Factory before you think I'm a complete loser with no life, which I am, to be clear. But like those games, the hours on those are like a little boosted, because like I have definitely like gone to render a video and it takes like I think 20 minutes or so to render like an hour-long video, and sometimes I'm doing like hour-long videos. But so like it doesn't take a super long time, but it takes a significant amount of time. And like I have definitely gone to like render a video and then like just gone to like eat food or like gone to sleep or like gone to do something else, and then I'm like, oh yeah, my video, and then I exit out of the share factory. So yeah, to be clear, both of those are a little inflated. Balatro less so, but Balatro is like a game I will like just boot up and then have. It'll just be on, and then I'm like, maybe I'll play it, maybe I won't. We'll see. But yeah, speaking of games I maybe will play or maybe I won't, let's go ahead and play some Citizen Sleeper, actually, for real. Only 20 minutes this time, which you might think, wow, 20 minutes to actually get into a game or just start playing a game? That is light. It is light, at least for me, man. At least for me. Alright, I'm definitely gonna have to get more mushrooms. So, I personally think, go ahead and do this. Alright, there we go. Now I don't have to worry about that. I don't know. As for other stuff, what are my goals? I got enter the greenway. Yeah, we're letting the seed grow. I think I gotta wait 2 more days for that. Bring mushrooms to the Briar. Okay, yeah, I know where that is. Oh yeah, let's go help set up this distillery. Okay, I was like, there's got to be something that I ought to be working on. Because like I kind of got like plenty of things on the back burner. Alright, and now re-roll those, and look at that. Alright. Yeah, let's get some more Yatagan data. Yatagan, I think. I know that's how I've been saying it, but that's how I'm gonna say it from here on out. I will say that is kind of the fun thing about like pure text stuff, is that like is that you really don't know if you're saying something right. Because like I don't know, for example, with specifically like manga, it's like I'll read something and I'll be like, oh, this is how you say this, and like I'll just in my head I'll have a way of like pronouncing a character's name or saying something, and then like I'll hear someone talk about it or even like see like the anime or something, and I'm like, oh shit, that's how you pronounce it. God, now I feel like a right fool, a silly Billy. Because like I don't know, for example, with what was it? Comey Can't Communicate or something along those lines. If you know that manga, it's a really popular one. So it's one that's been going on forever. Like I forgot what point in the story I was at. I was maybe like anywhere from chapter 200 to 400. I don't even know what it's at now. But like the whole time I was reading that, I pronounced the main character's name as Tando. Like in my head, I was just like, "Oh, his name is Tan, like Dao." That's how I read it, and that is how I thought it was. The whole time, and then like I think I either saw a clip from the anime or I heard someone talking about it, and I was like, wait, what? And I like go back and I look at the manga I have, and it's like the whole time it's been TAD, not TAN. like TADANO or something like that. I might be getting the spelling wrong, but it's like Tadano instead of Tando, and I was like, what the fuck? I've been pronouncing this character's name wrong in my head this whole time. Like when I was a kid, I definitely thought that epitome was said epitome, And like I heard epitome, and I thought epitome and epitome were synonyms, but no. It turns out that epitome is how you say epitome. Oh shit, dude, that's just gone now. That's kind of crazy. Let's go talk to Lem and Mina. There's no answer when you buzz Lem's unit, but the door is open. You push the door and find Mina sitting in the middle of the floor playing with Bun Bun. Hi, Mina. Hi, Robot, says... Oh, hi, Robot, says Mina sullenly, waving Bun Bun's paw without looking up. How are you? Bun Bun is sad, says Mina, nodding the toy's head in agreement. Like Daddy. You look around the unit. It is a mess. Dishes and glasses on the side, some of Mina's clothes piled up in a corner. Mina is sitting by her bag, which is spilled out across the floor, drawing slate cracked and dark. I'll tidy up. Start with the kitchen units, piling up the dishes in the auto wash and wiping them down. You pile the clothes up next, folding them neatly. Mina watches you quietly as she plays, curious but silent. You've just started to look at fixing her cracked slate when Lem enters. Sleeper, what are you... He pauses and looks from you to Mina and back again. Never mind. He drops the bag by the door and slumps onto the couch. Everything okay? Lem lets out a weak laugh. You forgot the past few cycles now too. Wish I was so lucky. He looks away at the open door. Look, now's not a good time. I want to help. Help? Unless you have a side reel ticket or two on you, I don't think there's much you can do here. He pinches the bridge of his nose. You understand they never even put us on the list, right? I've been around all the rim. I've been around... yeah. Got that wrong. I've been all around the rim looking for work, and I've run into more than a few from the crews. Turns out longtime Haven Age members were issued those Celis ID numbers. They never planned to consider us. Haven Age says they didn't know that was what they were going to use to make the draw, and who knows? Maybe Celis pulled the wool over their eyes, but what does it matter? All those hours in the yards for a hand-to-mouth wage and nothing else. Slams his hand down on the sofa. You giving up? Lem opens his mouth to respond, but stops himself. He looks at the open door again. They're moving the side reel up the hub now, you know? He says without meeting your eye. That's where it'll depart from. They're bringing in a ship with all their cryosleep pioneers and transferring them up there in microgravity before loading the crew. We could sneak aboard. You think they're just going to let people on board? The security they'll have has to be impossible. He looks over at Mina. Look, we'll be fine. We always have been. I just need a little time. He sighs. We had our hearts set on that trip is all. Mina comes over and climbs into his lap. He smiles. What if I got you on board? I missed you these past few cycles. I miss that optimism. Lem strokes Mina's hair. Look, you want to go up to the hub and ask around, be my guest. I can't get up there with Mina down here, and I'm sure the side reel will bring in the crowd, but be careful. These kinds of things will just attract scammers and thieves. Find any way on board, you take it. You need help to get there, ask me. But for now, me and Meanie are sticking to the eye. She looks at him and smiles. I'll find a way for us all. Lem smiles, but doesn't say anything. Stand to leave and Mina grabs her hand, eager to give you one more smile. Then, you're out, back in the walkways to the low end, already thinking of plans to make this right. Aw, poor guy. It is kind of funny doing things like out of order, where it's like, yeah, I don't know, I guess I'm gonna have to go up to the Briar. Okay. Well, I'll do that in a minute. Oh wait, yeah, did they move it up here? I didn't really pay attention to where he said it was gonna go. Ah, yeah, there it is. I was like, yeah, it's gonna be somewhere. I'll find it. I don't know, that is kind of a funny thing with reading stuff out loud. So that on one hand, I think it does help you absorb it better, but on the other hand, I think it is also and watch the loading crews going back and forth. Nothing. Noting their paths and entryways. Could this work? Like, you focus entirely on trying to get the words right, that you're less focused on naturally absorbing them than you are on reading them. You hope against hope that there's a... Look, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I'm not saying that. It's like it's like playing oh yeah, what are the games I'm thinking of? Indica. I was like, what game am I thinking of where this word came up? But it was an Indica, and then also like two other games I played this year. Persona 4 Golden and Psychonauts 2. Psychonauts 2 is one of my favorite games. Also the original Psychonauts. Yeah, actually not Psychonauts 2. Psychonauts 1, which I also played this year, but not Psychonauts 2. But do you want to know the common thing with Indica, Psychonauts, and Persona 4 Golden? They all contain a word that starts with a G that is, commonly a slur against Romani people, you know? Is also like, is it a person or is it a band that it's that word Rose? Like, I think she got like released from prison after killing her father or something like that. I don't know. I don't know the full details. But like, yeah, it's like those are words where it's like, it doesn't necessarily have to have a negative connotation, you know, like a crack in the armor for the word that's down there. But I'm like, I'm gonna not say them, you know, because like I don't know, when I was like reading stuff out loud in Indica, I was like a little apprehensive of like, I know. I'm not going to say that. I'm just not going to say it. Like, I think it actually works within the story of Indica and, like, makes sense that that word is being used. But also it's like just me personally. I'm just like, mad. I don't feel comfortable, nor do I feel like it's appropriate for me to say that. Well, look at that. Hey, Caster. I know you. I was wondering when I was going to run into you again. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, it like... Oh, man. Okay, there's one person here, so I don't know if I want to make this joke, but, anyway, well, and now I feel the need to make the joke because I don't want anyone to speculate. But like, with words that like aren't necessarily being used in a negative context, but in other contexts are like a slur, I'm just like, I'm not gonna say them. I'd rather just play it safe. And you know, I don't want to offend anyone. Is the honest truth. But it's like, if you want me to say slurs, you gotta like pay me to be like a character in a movie or something, or like a video game. Then I'll do it. Which is like kind of a funny thing, but it's like, if I got lucky enough to be portraying a role, it's like, well, I mean, this is what I'm getting paid to do, and if it's for the story, I'll do it then, you know? I'll bravely bear that burden, just like my hero, Leonardo DiCaprio. Again, I'm joking, by the way. I really like Leonardo DiCaprio. As an actor, not really, but like, as a person, especially not. Yeah, seems kind of like a sleazy scumbag. But yeah, anyway. So, now, I remember what voice I gave to Caster. I think I kind of just gave him like a sort of classic low voice. Quite the achievement, isn't she? Sandre Celis must be proud. He recognized the resonating voice of Castor immediately. He turned to see him, hooded and tucked into the shadows near the viewing platform. Castor, I see you remember our game. Good. He looks around, but the platform is clear. I'm afraid you'll have to wait for a rematch. Microgravity makes Tavla a little difficult. He smiles broadly. Castor walks out to the stand beside you on the platform. The telltale clunk of magnetic boots accompanies his slow crossing. He notices you looking at them. I don't much like it up here, he explains. I hear there was some trouble at the Haven Age shipyard when they announced the results of the crew lottery. I was there. I know. He sighs, meeting your eye. An ugly business. Zealots are too used to the way things work in the core. Exploitation is the only logic they know. He gestures out the side reel. You know why they built this monstrosity on the eye? Money? That was a part, perhaps, but there are cheaper shipyards. Stares at the pristine yellow hull. Zealots built it here, says Castor gravely, because they didn't want anyone to know it exists. He rubs his forehead. In secrecy, something that I cannot abide. He turns to face you. There are people being loaded onto that ship as we speak. Sleeping people, locked in cryosleep, like the person that you were emulated from. There are hundreds of them, and Celis wants to send them out to a planet at the edge of the settled systems without anyone knowing where it is. But you, Sleeper, can do something about that. You're like me. You deal with data. You can read it right out of the air. With someone like you on that ship, secrecy isn't a problem. You can ping back whatever I need whenever I need it, as long as you are on board. With you on the side reel, and with some minor modifications, he pauses, you can be my eyes and ears. I will keep track of Celis's grand project through you. In short, says Castor, stretching, I can get you aboard, Sleeper, but I'm going to need you to help me. Who are you? What if I disagree? I wouldn't ask either of these questions. I would be like, yeah, sure, maybe. Could you have my friend and his daughter go on there instead? That's what I would say in the situation. And then also, I will say, one thing that, like, really trips me up reading this dialogue, is that there are no contractions. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's not a single time where somebody says a contraction in this game. Like, there's no don't, there's no can't, there's no couldn't, wouldn't, shouldn't. Like, if there's a word that could be a contraction, it is going to be two separate words. And, like, I think it's, like, a stylistic choice, possibly even, like, a writing choice that is either intentional or unintentional. But, like, it's very bizarre to me, especially reading it out loud, where it's like, I use contractions all the time. It feels very weird to be like, yes, I am going to do this thing. Like, it kind of makes sense if, like, that's how your character spoke, but it's like your character isn't really supposed to speak robotically. They're meant to talk like a human. So it's like, I don't know, it's just sort of fascinating to me that the game has either made the deliberate or, like, the writer just simply is like, I don't use contractions for whatever reason. But, like, it does trip me up trying to read the dialogue, where it's just like, my brain's like, that should be a contraction, or I would have a contraction here, but there's no contraction ever at any point. Alright, who are you? I am a concerned party, someone who likes to know what is happening when it is happening, not afterwards. It's not just me. Yes, your friend Lem. That can be arranged. It is difficult, but not impossible. The condition is, of course, that you go too. Ooh. Castor clunks closer to the window, watching. The tugs wheeling around the side reel. It's a simple offer, and the only one that will get you on that ship. Please, consider it. He turns back, silhouetted against the ship. But, to make it happen, I need your assistance. As I said, there is a Celis Foundation ship docked in the now empty shipyard. I need the data from its servers. This will allow me to produce the IDs necessary for your transit. Castor looks over his glasses at you. Celis aren't stupid, though. Their ship is totally isolated from the station. You only get on board if you want access to their air-walled servers. Once you have the data, meet me at your friend's unit so we can give him the good news. He smiles. I know this is important to you, and the little one. So cute. you don't track the data before the sidereal horizon leaves the hub, then I will get the message. We have other options, but you're certainly my preferred one. But be sure when you act, Sleeper. Once you take the data from Celis, you'll set off a series of events that will likely be hard for you to untangle yourself from. Either way, I recommend you stop asking around up here. You're bringing a lot of attention to yourself. Caster glances around, as if to emphasize his point. There are only a handful of cycles until departure, Sleeper. Make your decision. With that, Caster marches back off the platform, the sound of his mag boots fading away, leaving you to contemplate the sidereal horizon and the part it may play in your future. Shit, man. Shit. Oh, I just saved too. No! I want to do all the other stuff, but I also don't want to leave Lem. I can't leave Lem and Mina hanging. I gotta do it for them. I gotta help them out. Oh man, that is kind of a major bummer. Kind of making me sad here, game. Making me very, very sad. I don't want to do it. You're gonna break my heart. Turns out this live stream isn't gonna be jolly. I'm gonna be sad. Alright, alright. Well, in this case then, yeah, let's try to help out here. Alright. Alright, that's actually like perfect. That's exactly what you want to see. So I'm taking it, yeah, that's the Celis ship. Okay, okay. Dallas stands back from the newly finished still and tub, hands on hips. Look at this, she grins. The overlooks distillery in all its glory. She squeezes you around the shoulders. Thank you. How's sourcing the ingredients? What next? There is an issue. Tell me. Well, Garoli, the drink, as you probably guessed, is named after Garoli, the mushroom. That's what gives it that golden color and earthy taste. The alcohol is infused with the mushrooms along with a mix of spices. That means you need Garoli caps to make Garoli, but no one wants to supply us. The distilleries on the Greenway are taking all the stock from the farms out there, so it's hard to get a single cap across the Founder's Gap. A single cap? Did I say cap? I don't know. But also, look at that! It's a contraction! Wait, is it a contraction? Yes, it is a contraction. So it is hard to get a single cap across the Founder's Gap. Founder's Gap is all... No, Founder's Gap is not a contraction because that's a possessive. But yeah, finally! I just went on a big thing about how there's no contractions in the game, but look at that! There's at least one. However, I have an idea, she smiles. We can grow our Garoli caps here. She gestures at the increasingly equipment-filled back room. I can bring you mushrooms. Tally gives you a pitying look. Where's your vision? Any outside supplier means they take a cut. Okay, maybe not you, but someone, somewhere, takes a cut. Oh, I just meant like I could give you mushrooms so that way you could start, but I see what you mean. Dollar puts a hand on the still. We made a still. We set all this up. How hard can growing mushrooms be? They don't need light. They barely need soil. We can do this. She pauses. Or at least we could, if we had something to grow them from. Like spores? Exactly. Suddenly you feel you walked into a trap. And you are the perfect person to get me those spores. She nods rapidly. Think about it. You built the still, you're great with plants, you know the eye like the back of your hand. Need I go on? Are you flattering me? If it's working, then yes? She grins sheepishly. Look, I can't leave the bar, and the other people picking up shifts, she grimaces. I'm saying it has to be you. Fine. Wonderful. You'll love it over in the Greenway, I think. All that fresh air, open space. She sees your expression. Okay, I'm done. She turns back to look at the still and the fledgling distillery forming around it. It really is something, though, isn't it? And want to or not, you really have to agree. I might be leaving. Alright. So much stuff to do. Even before you enter the office, you can hear the sound of Rabia working the heavy bag. She's hammering it, the chain creaking as it shakes with each hit. She's been like this since... Sabine doesn't finish the sentence. They're sitting on a stool, looking at the terminal in the corner, searching through the SNRP data you pulled all those cycles ago. Is she okay? Just angry. We all are, but you have to remember she knew Yannick for a long time. Sabine glances nervously at Rabia. What SNRP did? Rabia stops punching, and in the silence you can hear her breathing hard. Sabine looks over at her, and you sense something between them. You realize you haven't seen them together since they tried to kill each other in this same unit. A lot has changed since then. They hooked him up like a puppet. Rabia hits the bag. Rigged that thing in his head so they can control him. Push the old Yannick out. I don't know why he let them. Rabia throws a few more punches. If it's a lesson, don't let them in. Another flurry. Yatagan shouldn't deal with corporations, and we never will again. She spits. She comes away from the bag. At least, Yannick's death has been treated as natural. There's a chance we can come back from this. The Yatagan can hold, but there are opportunists trying to take control. Sabine turns to you. Yes, but now that the connection has been broken, I've been looking at removing the trackers from the implants and Yatagan's enforcers. It's a significant job, but I think, with time, I can do the surgeries. Rabia walks away from the bag towards the far side of the unit. Those surgeries will never happen if Yatagan collapses. She shouts back at Sabine. Clearly, this is a well-worn argument in this unit. Will Yatagan really collapse? I don't think so, no. Rabia doesn't either. They look over at her. At least, not when she's calm. Okay, the game does have contractions. It's just like, it's only for is. What I understand now is that Yatagan can be something if we want it to be. Coming here from SNR, from the core worlds, all I saw was a gang. With Yannick keeping me on a tight leash. They shudder. Rabia believes, and I want that belief. They look unsure. I also want to be done with SNR, but I doubt they are done with me. They glance away, rubbing their shoulders. Are you and Rabia... Sabine fixes you with a look. Yes, Sleeper. Isn't that obvious? They smile. I've been wanting to say, Sabine begins nervously. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you where I came from. I know I've apologized before, but I want to again. They pause. Properly. When I leaked the data on the Sleeper program, it was to try to help people like you. They grit their teeth. But after all the cycles here being pushed down, pushed around, trying to survive, all that got away from me. So, when you turned up, they sigh. It shook me up. They run a hand through their hair. But I ended up here. So, they look at Rabia. Oh, of course. They reach into a pocket and take out a handful of vials. These are the last of the case. You can have them. They drop them into your hands. After these last few, I don't know what we can do. With SNR connection broken, they look down. But I know there are other ways. Repairs, other pharmaceuticals. I even heard there are some labs out on the Greenway. Perhaps they can help. They meet your eye. Sorry I can't do more. Thank you for everything. They look away, their eyes bright with tears. Rabia crosses back to you both and sits beside Sabine. They look at each other, and you can't help but smile at the idea of them together. What are you two plotting? Rabia grins. Sabine laughs, and the sound is a welcome one. You watch the two of them teasing each other, and smile. Later, when you leave, You take that handful of vials out of your pocket and look at them. You can still feel the core of anger deep down inside. You don't know if it will ever leave. But SNARP doesn't own you anymore. They can't, because this place, these people, own you. They are what makes you get up every cycle. They are what keeps you breathing. You put the vials away and walk through the low end, your senses tuned to every sight, every smell, and every sound, soaking it all in, living. Alright, alright. Look at that, one upgrade point. Can't do a single thing with it. Also, I don't know. I did see Rabai and Sabine getting together, but I almost feel like I don't know. I find it odd that's like a little bit of like an afterthought. Oh yeah, now I gotta harvest the mushrooms. Hit him with that. Hit him with that. Reroll? Okay. Alright. That's something. Now, I actually have no idea if I'm going to be coming back, but might as well prepare. No. Do this. Ooh, I think I should have ate. Yeah. Oh well. Alright, fine. Give me 2 neutral outcomes. I'm not even mad. I'm incredibly upset. Oh. Also, sorry, don't mind me. I'm just gonna make sure. But I'll tell you what, man. I had a ton of viewers last time I was playing this, and yep, of course. Sorry about this. What's your name? Rishan Jane. I just saw your messages because I had my messages turned off because PlayStation's really bad at showing them. But yeah, I recently finished this game. It's really good. I also agree wholeheartedly, but I didn't see the messages. Fuck, man. Why do you have to suck, PlayStation? Alright. Well, I can say why PlayStation, or I can ask why PlayStation has to suck, but I know deep down who sucks the most of all. Me. A little bit, but in a positive way. In a relatable way. I hope. Alrighty, so... Bah. Ah. Ah. I don't know what to do. I'm scared. I do really want to help Lem, but I also want to like do all the other stuff I can do. The game offered me a way to leave, and I was just like, nah, I'm not leaving, I'm staying. And then the game rolled the credits, and I'm like, oh, is it gonna end? I had more stuff I was gonna do, and I was like, oh no, you get to keep going. But it's like, oh, that is an ending. You can leave at that point if you want to. Which kind of led me to believe to go like, oh, so there's like no other way to leave. All right, okay, fine. Let's go take a look at this. Intuit or engage? Ooh. I'm gonna bluff past security. Yeah, hold on. Is this a repeatable? No, this is a critical action, so I'm using that. Convince the guards to help you look for your ID inside the ship before you remember you left it at home. Okay. If security gets wise to the potential breach, the cell ship will go into lockdown for several cycles. I see. So, I think I'll risk it with that. Okay. Really? I re-rolled it just to get another 2. Okay. Just say you hate me, game. Just say you hate me. Man, every time I hear the hacking noise, I think like Hunter is gonna come and like start scaring the bejesus out of me. But they can't scare me anymore. Anyway, let's feed the Shrey and take a little sleep. Ooh, these are some abysmal rolls. Let me head up here, though. Okay. Only got a few more days with that. I don't know if I've heard this song before. It's pretty good. Let's observe and explore. And look at that. You're in. Maybe if you do this right, you might be able to pull something more than just IDs. Ooh. Well, look at that. 53 bucks and some data. But I can't talk. Yeah, alright, I bought everything from that guy. Good, buy some scrap. Which, I'm realizing now is not really necessary considering all the resources I have. It's also just so funny how vastly different things turn out, or like it kind of how I like did this in such like a weird order where it's like I didn't realize, oh, I could like explore this area more, and then I could go talk to the bartender and start working there, or oh, I could talk to Castor, this really cool looking guy, and it's like this I've not like gone to at all. I've just been refusing to go to it, and if I'm gonna leave now, I might as well not go at all, because I'm not gonna be able to complete whatever quest or mission or task is there, man. It's making me sad. But yeah. When you arrive at Lem and Mina's unit, Castor is already waiting outside, laying beside the door. Forgive me, Sleeper, but Cells is already buzzing with news of the breach. I was expecting you. Will this work? Don't worry. The breach cannot be traced to the specific IDs I'm about to create. Castor reaches into a pocket and produces a sleek green and white hand terminal. The data, please. Hand over a drive with the data, and Castor fishes around for a converter cable to hook it up. Slots into the terminal, and after some worrying, a set of 2 transparent films marked with numeric sequences are produced. 2 tickets to an uncertain future. Castor smiles to himself. The child will go with Lem, of course. He pockets them. These are yours. But first, he holds out a white cube. Your side of the deal. What is it? Something to help us make use of you. He passes you the square, and you rest it in your palm. A small, white, perfect cube. Suddenly, you feel sharp pain, and flinch. The cube jumps from your hand and rattles along the walkway. You look at Castor apologetically. Castor smiles. Not to worry, it has done its job. Now, it is for you to do yours. You look down and see a tiny pinprick in the center of your palm. Nothing sinister. Castor puts the terminal away. This way we can keep track of you in the sidereal horizon. Whatever you need to do, man. Excellent. Castor hands you the transparent films, and you see simmering portraits of you and Lem flickering beneath the surface. Go. Give them the good news. And he reaches across and buzzes the unit. Lem slides the door open, half dressed in his gear. Sleeper, what brings you here? Come in. He beckons you inside. You look to the side expecting to see Castor, but the wall is empty. The unit is cleaner, better organized than last time. Lem sits at the thin bar and gestures for you to sit. Mina's with some of the local kids. Someone has to start doing lessons down that way. She seems to like it. I'll sit. Sit at the bar. What's up, Sleeper? I have some news. Out with it then, Lem laughs. I have Celis IDs for us. You have... Lem freezes. How? He blinks rapidly, as if to wipe you from his vision. Does that mean... Yep. Lem stands up and paces around the unit. We have to pack! Holy shit, we have to pack! He turns back to you, smiling. How the hell did you swing this, Sleeper? A friend helped. Well, thank you, friend. You show him the ID films, and he whistles at the portraits. Impressive stuff. He pats you on the shoulder. You just stay until Mina gets home. We can tell her together. Sure. The buzzer goes. That'll be her. Lem gets up and opens the door, and Mina, a bundle of energy and life, rushes into the room. Robot, she shouts. Lem picks her up. Mina, you won't believe what they brought us. You flash her the passes, and she looks confused. We're going away after all, Meanie. He lifts her up above her head, on that big, beautiful ship. Mina screams, and Lem laughs. He puts Mina down, and she runs over to you and hugs your legs. I love you, Robot, she says quietly, so only you can hear. Aw, I love you too. And a while later, when you leave, you don't even think to check for Castor by the door until it's too late. You stop and turn halfway down the walkway, but there's nothing there. Even that little white cube is gone. So, you keep walking, back through the low end, deep in thought, excited and scared, all at once. Oh man, the running game. Alright. So, yeah, I guess just waiting a few more days until, this takes off. Man, oh man. Alright, let's see. Anything else to do in the meanwhile? Escape on the side reel, enter the greenway. Yeah, I'm just waiting for those things to finish. So, I guess, might as well head up the climbing briar. And supply some Garolis. Which I have no idea if I'm saying that right. I'm probably saying it so wrong. Ash asked you to bring supplies and fragrant. And bring supplies and fragrant. Grown Garoli caps seem like the perfect thing to impress her. Welcome to Episode Flux. Episode Flux is the first of 3 episodic updates to Citizen Sleeper telling the story of the refugee flotilla, which has arrived at the Eye. All 3 episodes, Flux, Refuge, and Purge, are now available. Completing the supply Garolis action will begin the episode, but be aware that this is intended for late game play. Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down, man, but like, also it's like, am I gonna be able to do this? I'm like leaving in like 5 days. Alright, whatever, I'm doing it. There we go. You came. Peak smiles as you walk into the Climbing Briar's cargo hold, behind a gloomy Ash. They brought mushrooms. Ash tosses the mushroom caps onto a crate, raising her eyebrows at Peak. Peak gives her a look. Thank you, Sleeper. They pick one up and sniff at it. Are these edible? Yes. Peak turns the cap over in their fingers before putting it down. We're not so used to fresh produce. Ash is securing crates as she speaks and doesn't look up. Hawthorne doesn't have much in the way of farming. Hawthorne? The installation we grew up on. Ash wipes off her hands. Wipes her... Ugh. Ash wipes off her hands on a rag. XPR loves to name their property after natural things, but that's about as far as their relationship with plant life goes. What is wrong with me? Why can't I read? I'm terrible at reading. I was better reading this when I was drunk. What the hell? XPR? This is a... This an interrogation? She glares. Either way, we're done with that place, which is all you need to know. Ash leans back against the crate she was securing. We're going to need more than a few mushrooms, though. We want to help those refugees, though. What do they need? Food, water, components, a whole lot of things. Ash stands and walks over to the mushrooms you brought, placing them into a small container with care. The problem isn't just getting supplies, it's getting them through to the ships. Can't you just speak to Haven Age? We aren't exactly welcome guests, Peak explains. If anyone figures out that we came in with the refugee ships, we'll be quarantined as well. Why is there a quarantine? Peak jumps in. The Eye is a closed-loop life support system, just like any orbital installation. Any unfamiliar illness or significantly increased strain on life support could cause a cascading collapse in its system. Ash scoffs. Are we making excuses for these bureaucrats now? Peak turns. We're being realistic, Ash. But these people aren't an increased strain. They are living people. Ash stares at you. Even calling them refugees is just a way of turning a lot of scared, desperate people into a single monolithic group. Ash slides the container full of mushrooms into one of the cargo hold's racks. Look, as much as I like to chat, we still got space to fill in this hold, so if you're going to help. I think Ash is trying to say we need your help, and quickly, Peak says, glancing at her. The refugees behind the cordon, they won't be able to hold out indefinitely. We need to get supplies to them in the next 12 cycles, or... Ash steps forward. Or Haven Age will have to bear the responsibility for whatever happens next. What can I do? Three things we still need to secure. Water, food, and scrap components for ship repairs. Ash gestures to the storage containers around the hold. Water we can find a way to source, or, my preference, just siphon off from the underground reservoirs in the Greenway. Peak raises their eyebrows. Ash. She ignores them. For food, things can be tricky. Those mushrooms are delicious, I'm sure, but no way we can get enough volume to feed a flotilla. However, I saw an algae stack on the way over here. We can get access. Not more stealing, Ash, Peak sighs. I didn't say steal. She stares at them indignantly. We can get access. We can work the stack, harvest some algae for the flotilla. Those stacks churn out vast quantities in short timescales. And the repair component? Peak asks, tentatively. Ash smiles. Just look around you, Peak. This whole place is made of scrap. She shoots you a glance. And I'm sure the Sleeper has their sources. They can bring them right here. We can get everything before time runs out. Perfect. We get most of it, also good. Either way, in 12 cycles, I'm going to take what we have and go. But how will you get through? Ash shoulders the container. I thought I'd leave that up to you, Peak. They flinch. Are you serious, Ash? I know we said we would help the flotilla, but at what point? They stop, take a breath. Take this seriously, Ash. I don't know the first thing about breaching a quarantine cordon. Maybe not. Ash looks at you, but they might. They slipped out from S&R facility, didn't they? Plus, they've been here longer than us. You're always trying to get me to find help. Well, here it is. She gestures at you. Help. Pete glances between the two of you. I swear to... They sigh. I need to think this one through. Meet me at the quarter in a couple cycles, Sleeper. Maybe we figure something out. Meanwhile, Ash meets your eye. You can help me acquire the supplies, discreetly. She smiles. We have to keep this quiet. Keep Haven Age out of the loop. Once they get suspicious, this is over for all of us. This all suddenly seems a little too real, too dangerous. You've only just found your feet on the eye. This is not a time for causing trouble. I've not just found my feet on the eye. I've been here for months. Come find us. We'll be out there trying to pull this all together. Ash goes back to the container of the hold and starts packing another container. Peek, come help me. Peek glances back at her. Sleeper, look, we didn't choose this either. They lower their voice. Help us finish this. We've set up a base camp on the Broken Spoke. You're welcome to rest there in any of the cots while we work on this. They smile. We're in this together. Peek, Ash shouts, and they walk back into the hold with the container. As you leave the climbing briar, you look out of the broken edge of the eye's ring, where Haven Age cordon blinks with tiny red lights. What are you getting yourself into? Alright, I don't know what I'm getting myself into, and I'm probably gonna fail. Ah. The Gordon. Ah, I see. Okay. Well, algae stack. Negotiate access. Oh, it'll be easy for me. Alright. Sleep time. I should have repaired myself before I went to bed. Oh well. Put the stabilizer on. There we go. Also, damn, all ones. I feel like that happens every single time. Every single time I have like a big important thing come up where it's like, oh hey, this is a limited time thing, so you gotta get ready and help prepare us for this thing. Every time I end the cycle, I wake up the next day with like the lowest rolls I've ever seen. I'm not saying it's intentional, but I'm not saying it's not. Okay, got that going. Now, hack sensors or... Haven Age will not be pleased or... no. Why not? Alright. Oh, what's happening? As you leave, you find a note pinned on the outside of the door. It reads, Sleeper, something you need to see. Meet me at the cordon as soon as you can. Just keep heading around the ring until you hit the flotilla. I'll be waiting. Peek. You pocket the door and notice and glance around the corridor. Looks like you are doing this. Time to make a plan. Alright. Well. Come on, fucking shit. Well. Damn. Really fucked me on that one, huh? Alright then. Interesting symbol. Beak. Cautious spacer. Sleeper. Peak catches your attention from the shadowy corner they were leaning against. Any trouble getting up here? None. Good to hear. Come take a look at this. Beckon you over to a nearby window, which looks across the ruined ring to the blinking red lights of the Haven Age cordon. Cordon's temporary structures, a net of metal struts meant to detect and dissuade any ships from entering or leaving the flotilla, jet out into the black. And all around the tugs flit, securing them in place and tending to the red blinking drones that demark the quarantine. It's an impressive and worrying sight. What do you think? Peak interrupts your thoughts. How would you get through? Probably use one of the tugs. As an escort, you mean? I doubt we could fit all the supplies on one of those tugs, but it seemed like the Briar was being officially escorted through the cordon. Peak squints at the red lights. But then we'd be stuck inside. Peak turns away from the window and rubs their forehead. Ash really has wrapped us up in something here, hasn't she? Questions spoken under their breath, and they don't seem to expect an answer. The silence grows. Why are you helping the flotilla? Peak looks up. You don't think it's a worthy cause? They pause. We ran into them when we escaped Hawthorne. Esther insisted we investigate their distress signal. I'm not saying we shouldn't have. Peak stares out the window at the distance, blinking lights of the arrived ship. At the distant blinking lights of the arriving ships. I can't fucking read. What's wrong with me? Only in my few moments where I can enter a flow state where I'm like, oh, hey, I feel like I'm reading this good. Like, I don't know what it is. Give me a big, juicy fucking description. I can read that no problem. But then you give me, like, just not even, like, 2 sentences to read, and I'm like, I can't do it. You give me a damn paragraph, I'm reading that shit. I'm getting into it. I feel like I'm doing a good job. It's atmospheric. I feel like I sound good. I don't know. Maybe I just sound terrible. But, like, I think it's also hard, too, because I'm like, is this a talent I should genuinely try to, like, hone and work on? But, like, I can't do, like, not specifically for Peak, but, like, more so, like, Ash and, like, a couple of the other characters. I can't really do, like, feminine voices, you know? It's like, I'm sure I could, like, pitch up my voice a little bit, whereas, like, I think for Peak, I'm fine using, like, my voice, like, slightly higher for them. But it's like, I don't know, man. I do not know how to, like, really vary my voice in, like, a lot of ways. I can, like, do, like, a funny British accent and, like, a southern accent, too. But, like, that's about it, man. And so it's like, every time I have to read dialogue, I'm just like, oh yeah, okay, I gotta change it. And then also I'm like, should I just, like, be reading the actual regular dialogue in my natural speaking voice? Or, because I'm not even doing that, because this is my natural speaking voice. I'm not going, Peak stares out the window at the distant blinking light, at the distant blinking lights of the arrived ships. Fuck, man, I even fucked it up now. But it's like, I'm not doing that, I'm doing, Peak stares out the window at the distant blinking lights of the arrived ships. Or at least something along those lines where I'm like putting a little, I don't know, twist on it, a little spin, just ever so slightly. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm doing a good job. I don't know if I'm doing a bad job. It's just... Peak brushes back their hair. Forget it. Let's focus on the plan. They flash you an easy smile. Doesn't matter why. We are the ones who are going to help them. The way I see it, there are going to be 3 parts to making it through that cordon. They gesture out the window at the shrine structure. Deception, distraction, and speed. We'll need all of them for a clean passage through. Deception means tricking the cordon security into thinking that we're meant to be there. Maybe a tug escort would work. Anything that makes a Briar look official. Distraction, meanwhile, will be all about diverting attention so that no one looks too hard at what the Briar's doing. If we can create a gap in the cordon scanning and deterrent systems, that should keep them busy. Finally, speed will mean making sure that the Briar is ready to roll. Perhaps we can do a little work on the ship to get it ready. F surely wouldn't mind. They lean back from the window. How's that sound? Excellent. Pete grins. Don't get too excited. There's a lot to get sorted before we make the run. Pete looks down at their slate. 10 cycles left. They glance out the window at the cordon nervously. 10 cycles to gather supplies and to prep this plan. It's tight. Very tight. Peek looks at you. If this goes wrong, Peek sighs. Just get out, okay? They squeeze your shoulder. I'll follow Ash anywhere, but you don't need to get dragged down with us. It won't come to that. Peek brightens up a little. Of course, but just keep it in mind. Let's get to it. Peek stretches. I'll tell Ash about the improvements to the Briar and the rest. Let's explore the cordon best we can and look for openings. I have no idea what guardian angel sent you to us, Sleeper. Peek smiles, but I'm very glad they did. Oh god, I feel so guilty. I'm gonna be leaving. Oh man. Alright, this gives me more intel, so might as well go with this. Hey, look at that. All done. Sabotage sensors. Even age hammer. Sliced thrusters. Or crew canteen. Alright. Lot to do, lot to do. Not enough time, man. Not enough time. Alright. No. Actually, yeah. Get in here. Barter for some food. Alright, okay. Kind of a lot of bad rolls, but hey, I'll live with it. Rico. Rico has something in her hands when you enter the lab. Looks like a knotted twist of woody stems, a ring about the circumference of a human head, consisting of a single stalk at one side and a branched woven network at the other. As you approach, she holds it up, and in the lights of the lab, it looks like a crown. Rico finishes your thought. She smiles and shakes her head in disbelief. Is that what grew? It is. I came to the plant this morning, and this loop was all that was there. She points to a lump on the edge of the ring. The seed grew right back into itself, twisted up out of the soil. That being you encountered in the cloud, as you call it, was it wearing one of these? She eyes you suspiciously, still unsure if she is somehow embroiled in an overlong prank. No. She sighs. I suppose that would be too easy. She smiles to herself. A root crown. She places the object on the bench and shuffles to her analysis terminal, her face lit by its amber light in the dim corner of the lab. Well, it isn't exactly a plant anyway, not from what I can tell. She gives you a serious look. No leaves, no chloroplast, just a series of filaments encased in bleh. Why you gotta throw cellulose at me, man? And cellulose walls. Filaments? See, that's why I like you, Sleeper. You're so good at spotting the unusual details. She beckons you over. Look at this. You see a cross-section scan of the crown. Its layers of plant-like structure on full view till you reach the center. There, instead of xylem and phloem for transporting nutrients, something branched and woven glints. Are those wires? She laughs. I'm not sure whether to say yes or no here. These are not wires like those in an electrical system, no, but they are filaments of conductive material, so yes? She leans closer to the screen. But you see those branches? They remind me of dendrites, of neurons. She rubs her eyes, which is frankly ridiculous. Ridiculous. Blech. What's wrong with me? Why can't I read? So much better yesterday. Is it like my migraine? Is it my lack of confidence? My nervousness? What is it, man? You look back at the crown on the table as Rico fusses over the scans, and you suddenly realize what it reminds you of. You remember signing the forms, the walk to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor. Then you remember the crown they fitted you with, the branching structure of wires and pads. No, not a crown. They called it an interface. The tool of your emulation, your transference from neurons to electrons. An interface. That is your gift from the gardener. You turn back to Rico. It's an interface. Rico looks at you, puzzled. Something clicks in her mind. Perhaps something she heard from the sleeper she had helped all those cycles ago. She starts talking, partly to you, partly to herself. If the club heads were made for you, then this too could be made for you, for your frame. She shuffles over quickly to the interface, a word that is stuck to the strange branch object quickly in your mind. You are right. That entity. It is the entity I've been looking for. She shuffles quickly to the crown. They are the entity which is controlling the Greenway, which has been maintaining it, supporting it, and has been guiding it for all these decades. She stops to catch her breath. They want to talk with you. Rico leads you to a seat. I will be here, Sleeper, if something happens. If you wish for me to remove the crown, the interface, just squeeze. She grips your hand tightly. You meet her eyes, clouded with age, but bright with the thrill of new discoveries. Then she places the interface on your head, and everything blinks out. Back into the river, back into the dark flow. But something is different now. You are no longer pushed, no longer blocked and buffeted by the swarm, by the storm. Instead, it flows around you. You move, and it parts, letting you pass. Something else resists, but it gives easily enough. You look back and see your body. You have left it behind. Somewhere, Rico's voice is talking to you, asking you questions. It is excited, eager, desperate to know what lies on the other side, what the entity has to say to you. You realize how long she has waited for this moment, for the moment of meeting between the inhabitants of the Greenway and its protector, and yet she is still on the outside. You shake off the sadness. You will be her eyes. Then you see the figure, Gardner, out in the storm, planting. It takes less than a moment to reach them. You've never felt so free. This is how Navigator must have felt, released from their prison. This, you think, is what it feels like to be in the place you were built to inhabit. Gardner does not turn at your approach. They go on planting, but their voice whispers in the waters like a sharply rising current. You grew the gift. Their speech hisses around you. Good. I am glad. I wanted to meet you. Then we are the same, both eager shoots seeking one another. How does it feel to be free of your seed? They stoop to plant again. My seed? That in which you were contained, from which you will grow. There was some disagreement, continues Gardner, as if you were picking up on the long-held conversation, with the others. They felt that you were a danger, but they are always cautious, especially the fungi. Fungi? Yeah, it's fungi. Is it fungi? No, it's fungi. They, like old loam, know knowns, wide and stable networks. The fungi were cautious? Mostly, yes, although there are many among their number who favor short growth cycles, thick nutrient veins and sudden shifts. He gestures out to the storm, and though you cannot see them, you feel presences all around, sensing this audience with great interest. After all, they understood that it was I who made them their crowns. Without them, they would not have joined the chorus. So they see that it is only fair that you get your chance to join too. Join? Yes, become part of this. Gardner stoops again. We are millions and we grow. I hope you understand.
I am unused to speaking to your kind. It has been many cycles since my last conversation. I think it was with the chief executive Trellick himself. You look around and you see it. Every growing thing, every non-human being in the Greenway is here. They are networked, connected, branched and linked by this strange being, this artifact of the old station. The impossible dream of a senile farm administration AI, a living network. Senile? Is that senile or senile? Because I don't feel like senile makes all that much sense, but I guess. You could dissolve here, you realize, free of that decaying body. You wouldn't need to be a person. Why would you, among all these other minds? You turn away from Gardner for a moment and look back at your body. A tiny hairline thread connects it to you. You hear Rico's voice again, still asking, still checking. Are you okay, Sleeper? What are they saying, Sleeper? Are you still there, Sleeper? Something in you sighs a long sigh, a sigh that speaks of an exhaustion beyond tiredness, an exhaustion rooted deep inside you, stems from the effort of answering questions, of answering problems, of getting up and breathing each cycle. But something else resists the sigh, a yearning, a sense of distance, a desire to squeeze that hand that holds you for its warmth, its blood, its complexity, to make a gesture that says, I'm still here, I'm still alive, I'm with you. Two ideas spin within you, making you nauseous. If you break that thread, you will be free, free to dissolve here, to grow strange and beautiful among a million others. If you follow it, if you squeeze Rico's hand, you will wake up, back in that dying body with all the pain and warmth that entails. Now is the moment to choose. I'm gonna follow the thread, thanks. Your eyes track the thread across the whirling dark back to your body. This choice, you realize, will not be presented again. I'll follow it. You don't look back at Gardner. You don't dare risk it. Instead, you follow the thread delicately, carefully, like a diver following their lifeline back to the surface. The river whirls around you, but it doesn't pull. It isn't jealous. Neither does it understand. It is, after all, just river. It isn't a person, a flesh and blood person, with wants, with desires, with a capacity for love and hate. It doesn't understand you, and you don't understand it. So you don't focus on it, you don't think about it, on what feels like such a long journey back through the dark. You set your mind on eyes instead, on hands, things you can focus on, hold on to. And then, after an age of crossing, you are there, settling back into the chair, into a body in a chair, and the overwhelming sensations that come with being a living thing with a rich and detailed sensorium. For a moment, you feel like you have made a terrible mistake. Who would choose this weight, this anxiety, this deep well at the center of existence? But then you feel it. Rico's hand, gripped hard around yours, trembling a little, sweating a little. Rico's hand with its brittle bones and crumpled skin. Rico's hand. And in that moment, you understand why you made this choice. And you squeeze Rico's hand and you wake up. Oof. Warmth and light. Oh man. Ah, shit. It's so cool seeing like all the options you can take for getting the different endings, and I keep not taking them, but I'm about to take one, and I don't want to do it. I want to stay. I like the ring, man, but I can't let Lem down. I can't let Mina down. You're gonna tell me I have to look a little girl in her eyes and say, sorry, you and your dad aren't allowed to follow your dream of going to a distant planet far away from everything else because I don't feel like leaving. I can't do that. I won't do it. I simply refuse. Ugh. Well, anyway, you mind if I let the credits play out for a moment while I go grab myself a glass of water as well as, I don't know, probably a quick little snack, but I'll be back in a minute or two, so if you miss me, I won't be gone for long, but I'm sure you won't. Or you will, I don't know. I'm not gonna tell you how to feel. But yeah, I'll be right back. I will say I did just get up. I think the credits are about to not be over, or the credits are about to be over. I sat here through the whole credits. I remember them taking way longer last time I got not quite the end game credits. Because that felt fast, man. Where the first time I did it, it felt really long. I don't know, that's just like my perception. Where it's like, I don't know, you ever feel that way? Like watching a video? Where it's like, particularly with like short form videos that are like a minute long or so, it's like you'll watch it once and it'll feel like it takes super long, and then you watch it again and it feels like it did not take long at all. I don't know, it's bizarre. But maybe that's the case. Maybe that's what happened. Anyway. Sleeper, Rico's voice comes wavering through the dark. Are you still with me? You sit up, the lab a bright green glare that fades as you gather yourself. I'm here. Rico smiles. Good. She squeezes your hand. I thought you left me for a moment. What? She pauses. Who? She smiles. Tell me about it. Tell me everything. Oh, I'll tell her the truth. You tell Rico everything. You tell her about the gardener, that strange farm administrator AI that has grown to be so much more, about the chorus, that impossible configuration of networked plants, and finally, about the choice the gardener offered you. She listens attentively, but her responses are hard to read. You wonder if she might have made a different decision had she been in your place. Thank you, Sleeper, for telling me. I know it isn't easy to say such things. People so often do not wish to hear strange truths. She looks away. And thank you for returning to me, though I know you had your own reasons. She squeezes your hand reassuringly. Something passes between you then, a kind of shared sadness for the impossible choice, the choice to escape your body or stay and suffer it. Her smile is warm and generous, and whatever the wisdom of your choice, you are glad to feel welcome in this moment, in this place. And suddenly she stands and walks a little away, as if trying to escape an unpleasant thought. You worry that she knows all too well what it takes to make a choice like you did. Rico sighs. So, Sleeper, do you plan to stay in the commune with us? I have other things to do. Rico raises an eyebrow. Well, be careful at least. We will miss you here. She pauses. I will miss you. Rico crosses back over to you and takes one of your hands in both of hers. Just make sure to think of us out there. I fucked it up. Just make sure to think of us out here. Hyphen needs new blood if it wants to survive, and she squeezes. You are a good friend. Look after yourself, Rico. And you, Sleeper. Well, don't let me keep you. Rico waves you away and limps back to her terminal. As she does, you notice the crown in her hand, and she places it on the bench with great care. You can't help but feel a little curious about what she intends to do with it. Then you are out, breathing the air of the greenway, fresh as a spring morning. The dappled light makes a patchwork of the greening landscape, and you walk into it, sensing the movements of the gardener's chorus all around. And you are glad to be here, in this strange and beautiful place, a little longer. Aww. Alright, well. Alright, let's see what's going on over here. One more day, man. One more day. Oh, I don't like it. It doesn't feel good. I don't want to do it. Alright, well, you know what? Let's try re-rolling. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take it. There we go. Peak is waiting for you when you slip out of the operations center, nervously poking at their small slate. Sleeper, they hiss. I follow what you were doing on the network. Incredible work. How do you do that? It comes naturally. Peak smiles. I can't tell that's modesty or just the truth. Interfacing skills like that, it's almost worth being... They stop themselves. Sorry, I didn't mean... Don't worry about it. Peak nods. Sorry. You and Peak quietly slip into the main walkway and work your way back to the public areas of the cordon. Haven Age has had to quickly respond to the flotilla's arrival, and that means a lot of contractors and spacers walking through these corridors. You blend in easily enough. I haven't really met a sleeper before, Peak begins. As you might have guessed, they smile nervously. Hawthorne is an XPR service outpost, and since the collapse, no one came for refueling or repairs anymore, so my generation has never met anyone outside the company. We heard about sleepers, they nod in your direction, from the data packets that come through from XPR every once in a while. They usually contain news along with the corporate propaganda, but the reports were light on details. SNRP have kept the sleeper program pretty quiet anyway. I think XPR are only interested in telling their employees about it because it made living in our company town look like a good life in comparison to being a piece of corporate property. They freeze. Sorry, again, I don't mean... They look down. I'm just not sure how to talk about this stuff. Hey, it's okay. Peak smiles. I'll shut up about it now. You walk on a little further, the walkway becoming busier. You both relax a little more and go with the flow of the people. I just want to say I think I understand. They begin again. Clearly this has been on their mind. I understand the need to escape, to get free of it all. They laugh at themselves. The structures, the systems, the company horizons in a company town. They stare ahead. The small places, small corridors, small people. They look away. The slow death it brings. That's it. They turn to you. I get why you signed up to be a sleeper. Why you escaped from that too. You try to form words, but you can't. There's altogether too much running through your head. But you look at Peak and they look at you. That seems okay for now. You walk in silence again, each of you in their own thoughts, but moving together through space nonetheless. After a while, you come to the entrance to the cordon, where handfuls of workers and crews filter in and out through two huge loading bay doors. Peak stops. Okay, they pause. I'm heading back to the Briar. Once again, incredible work on the sensors. That blind spot you created, that should give us a real advantage. See you soon. They head off, disappearing into the crowd, almost immediately outrunning their own nervousness. Alright. Oh man, I think it's it. I think this is the final day. God, I'm nervous. I don't want to do it. I don't want to go. Don't make me go. I know I chose to go, but still. I couldn't say no. Tala comes up to you Yeah, Tala comes up to you one shift when the bar is empty, tapping you on the shoulder as you clean the bar. It's ready. She's grinning from ear to ear. The Garoli? Obviously. She grabs you by the arm before you can ask anything else and drags you into the back room. Smell hits you immediately when you enter, a cocktail of rich fermentation and chemical sharpness. The room is warm and bright now, the newly installed lights making the place look clean, whether it is or not. Dala has already pulled up a couple of stools around a metal crate, where two glasses with a few fingers of pale Garoli inside sit waiting. She smiles. I haven't even tried it yet. You can see she is nervous. You both sit at the makeshift table, the slight strangeness of the situation making you both jumpy. Tala hands you a glass. Cheers, she says solemnly and knocks the glass back. You do the same. The first sensation is burning, a sharp nose-clearing blast of alcohol that has your frame querying whether you would like to activate safe mode. You gulp the drink back, and it is only then, behind the burn, that you taste the earthy tones of the mushrooms, the wood and the soil, left behind like sediment, barely there. That's strong. Tala nods vigorously. Whew, that was heavy. As promised, though. You think? She swirls the glass and puts it down. Wait, I have an idea. Tala grabs a metal bottle from the newly installed work surface and adds a few drops of water into the Garoli. Try again. This time the burn is a warming glow, harsh but fading off, and the woodiness less heavy. You taste something floral in among the marshy decay, something fresh and bright that you never expected to find. Both you and Tala meet eyes. It's really good, right? It is. Tala grins with her whole face, and that makes you smile too. Tala pulls out some more Garoli and then adds some more water. The action's already taken on the quality of a ritual. You both drink. Tala tucks her feet up beneath her on the stool, folding her legs. She looks down into her glass and swirls the liquid thoughtfully. What's on your mind? Tala looks up at nothing in particular. My father opened up this place, you know, she says out of nowhere, a thought suddenly becoming words. It was his attempt at making a life for us, for my family, when we got to the Eye. Your family? My father, my mother, my little brother. She takes a drink. They aren't around now. I'm sorry. That's okay. My parents had long lives, and my brother is somewhere in the Starward Belt, ran off with a salvage crew. She puts her glass down. He's alive, as far as I know. I was just thinking about something my father told me. When he first set this place up, he wanted to call it the Batanayan. Batanayan? The Batanayan. But he was afraid it'd scare out the customers, so he kind of translated it, hence the Overlook. And these past few cycles, when I've been here, I've been thinking that I should rename the place. She looks at you. The Batanayan. What do you think? I love it. She looks away. Me too. Tala picks up her glass. That sells it then to the Bantayan? Bantayan. To the Bantayan. You both clink your glasses and drink up. Tala hisses through her teeth. Still harsh. She laughs. Suddenly grabs your shoulder. Oh, sleeper. I totally forgot. She stumbles to her feet. She lurches over to a corner of the room, covered with a plastic sheet, and whips it off, like a magician performing a trick. Beneath it is a neat little kitchen, a sink, a work surface, and a compact oven with a hob. Your kitchen. She didn't give you time to respond. You can come make stuff here anytime, as long as you promise not to raid the mushroom farm. I need those for the Garoli. I was thinking, too, that if things pick up, we can start serving proper food at the Overlook. I mean, the Batanyan. She laughs. Do you like it? It's perfect. Tala gives you a hug, and quickly stands back. I'm sorry, I'm so glad you're here. She grins. Me too. As Tala tidies away the glasses, you inspect the kitchen, checking that it all works. It's small and salvage, but after what you've had to put up with, it feels like a dream come true. Later, when she's done for the day, Tala comes back through to the bar. You share a glass of the good Garoli, one she didn't distill. And this time, you talk about nothing in particular, sharing stories about regulars or discussing the best place to eat on the Eye, which, after everything that has happened, feels like a nice change of pace. When it comes time to leave, you promise to cook for Tala, a Agree to let her know which shift you'll be working in the coming cycles, and then slip out into the cool of the rotunda. And in this moment, you feel, for once, at home.
And now I'm about to fucking leave. No! Oh god, I can't do it. Oh god, oh no. Yep, there it is. Lem and Mina, waiting for me to join them on the side reel. Oh. Don't really want to do it, but here I am. Alright, well, might as well try to get all the food I can. Alright. Got that at the very least. You're leaning against the metal crates you just loaded up with algae, packed and dried into bright green pots. Ash hops on to one beside you, flexing her aching back. Hope the refugees like algae. Ash squints at you, as if you just interrupted her train of thought. It's a look you have become familiar with. It doesn't matter either way. This is what we've got. She sighs, rubbing the back of her neck. In these past cycles, working the algae stack with Ash, you've had little insight into her mind. She rarely seems happy to start a conversation, but is always eager to end one. Despite this, you feel like something has grown between you. Something like silent trust. The kind that tends to seed itself in the fertile soil of hard but necessary work. There's something I've been meaning to ask. Ash raises his head cautiously. Go on. Why escape XPR? Ash pauses, her protective instinct fighting with the trust you built. You can see her begin to shrug the question off. Then she stops, rethinks, sighs. What you need to understand, Sleeper, is that Erland's Eye wasn't the only place where the Solheim collapse happened. Sure, Hawthorne, where we grew up, was an XPR installation, but that didn't screen it from Solheim going under. Actually, Solheim was the only reason XPR were ever here. She pauses, hesitant to get into the whole story, but wanting to offer something. She flinches, correcting herself. They are Service Corp, you understand? They set up outposts and surrogate systems like this to offer refueling, logistics, and maintenance services to bigger companies with extraction contracts. She gestures to the eye around her, like Solheim. When Solheim went bust, XPR lost their client, and Hawthorne, well, we lost everything. We became an outpost, tasked with just holding on, keeping the refueling platforms running, they said. Keep the outpost stable. Hold on to our claim. She rubs at her head, as if recalling all this was somehow physically painful. Do you know what it is like to spend your entire life in a place with no future? A place that exists only to hold a legal claim to a piece of territory to shore up breach of contract negotiations between two corporations? It's like living in a... She searches for the word, her eyes jumping back and forth. In a grave. She clenches her hands. So, if you're looking for the answer to why questions, that's your answer. We, Pika and I, know what it's like to be forgotten, to be locked out. She stares hard at the side of the stack, the algae whirling against the glass in beautiful patterns, and she doesn't look away. Silence extends, and you realize the conversation is over. Ash seems angry, not at you, but with herself, for even voicing such ideas. After a while, you start to load the crates onto the powered cargo trolley that Ash will run back to the Briar. As you do, you try to catch her eye, but she avoids it, soothing herself instead with the comforting simplicity of physical work. Alright.
like it's about time. There's a crowd, but you spot Lem and Mina immediately as you enter the dock. They are waiting at the cordon, where Cella's security are checking the crew to board the ship. Those that manage to get up to the hub are crowded near the entrance, but even they know their chance of getting on board is long gone. Lem spots you among the crowd. Sleeper, we're here. They're standing beside a bag, which looks to carry all the possessions they have. It is small enough to be carried in one hand. Hi, Mina. Mina is vibrating with excitement. She seems strangely at home in microgravity, but then you remember that she had spent her whole life in space. Hi, robot! You hand over the Celis ID film to Lem, keeping your own. He turns it back and forth in the light. Where'd your friend even get this picture, Sleeper? Looks like my old Conway ID. You look and a shimmering younger Lem stares out of the film, harder and clean cut. I spoke to the guard here. He nods to the white and green clad security officer. They'll be doing orientation and role assignment on board. Sounds like we're going to be working under the core crew, kind of like an intern. He laughs. What do you think, meanie? Am I too old to be an intern? Following Lem's lead, you inspect your ID. As you lift the film up to the light, you see something strange, something that makes you flinch. The face printed in the film is one you recognize immediately, but it is not you. At least, it's not how you look now. You squint as this ghost, confused why you hadn't noticed earlier. It's a picture you remember being taken, a memory that you didn't know you had. You remember signing the forms, the walk to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor. You remember the SNARP employee who helped you, her smile clean and surgical. You freeze in place, thinking of the you that still sleeps somewhere in an SNARP facility, that won't wake until you are recovered and disposed of. And now you are leaving. Will they ever wake up? Sleeper. Lem interrupts your thoughts. These guys want us aboard. You stare at him without thinking, then notice the guard gesturing to you both to come forward. You all kick off and float over to them, steadying yourselves on the guardrail. You hang back, letting Lem present his ID film first. The guard slides across a white machine, much like the one Castor printed them from. You reflexively rub the puncture mark on your hand. Even though there's no trace of it now, it seems to be your destiny to be someone else's tool. Lem and Mina wave through. The guard smiling at her excited face. Lem turns back to check you're coming. The guard beckons you closer. Aboard. Shake off your doubts and hand over your ID. The guard barely looks at it as they pass through the scanner and wave you through. A new life built from old things. You okay? Lem asks, concerned as you catch up with them. You are so slow, robot, Mina teases, grabbing at you with small hands. I'm good. Lem nods, and you realize how much harder it must have been for him to cross that threshold. Mina struggles in his arms, trying to get to you, and Lem relents, struggling with both the bag and his daughter. Mina tumbles through the microgravity and grabs onto your clothes for purchase, pulling herself into your arms. You all proceed up the walkway, the entrance to the docking bridge yawning wide in above you. Are we family, robot? Mina asks as you move, taking you by surprise. I guess so. Mina smiles and presses her head against your chest, pleased by your answer. You keep moving, up until the docking bridge, then along that thin glass wall connector. All that time, Mina clutching onto you. The lack of gravity means you can't feel her weight, only the grip of her small hands on your clothes. You both stare wide-eyed at the vast hole of the sidereal horizon, and try to think of this huge machine as a home. Later, when you settle in your bunk, after Mina has finished running back and forth between you and Lem with an endless and infectious excitement, find yourself looking at your ID film once more. Somehow, since the last time you looked at it, the image seems to have changed. It's still a picture of the old you, a person that signed up to have their consciousness copied and placed into the ownership of SNARP, but something else has crept into the image, an underlying sense of self-identification. This is also a picture of you now. The you that survived the eye, that made friends here, that found a way out, that escaped against all odds. The other you might never wake up, they might never live again. But so be it. They considered you a doomed life for their own gain. Their life is yours now. You will live it better than they ever could. You lie on your bunk, You lie back on your bunk as the thrust of the side reel's vast engines kick in. This feeling, this rumble, will be your constant companion for the next decades. It will be there when you work, when you watch Mina grow, when you dream of the planet at the end of the journey. It will stay with you when your body starts to fail, despite the best attempts of Lem and Mina as the years stack up and exceed its safe operating period by a decade. It'll be the thing you wake up to in those rare moments of consciousness, between which Mina will keep you in a frozen state in the hope of preserving you until your destination is reached. It'll still be there when Mina wakes you, tears in her eyes, to tell you of Lem's inevitable death, and it will not relent, despite your desire for a moment of silence. It'll be the final thing you hear, as Mina shuts down all but the most vital of your functions, and hopes beyond hope that you will make it to your final destination, all the while doubting that you will. But for now, in this moment of departure, it is still a new sound, a new feeling, and, because of this, it is filled with the promise of the future. And so you settle back on your bunk and close your eyes, and in moments you are sleeping a perfect, dreamless sleep, the most peaceful that you can ever remember. Oh. Long journey to a small, unknown planet. Bit of a bittersweet ending, but pretty sweet. Aw. That's really tragic, though. Because, yeah, that was something I thought about, is that, like, it's like, would Lem and Mina even survive the journey, you know? And it's like, oh man, that is sad. Like, eventually your body starts failing, so Mina just tries to keep you alive, only waking you up to tell you important things, like the fact that Lem passed and moved on. Oh man. Fucking tragic, man. This game's gonna make me cry. And I don't mind crying, but what the fuck, man? You're a video game. You're not supposed to make me sad. Aren't video games supposed to be fun? Now the age-old question. Start a new playthrough? Maybe, I don't know. Definitely gonna buy Citizen Sleeper 2. Although frankly, I'm unsure at this point if I want to wait like about a month, because I think Citizen Sleeper 2, it came out like early this year. It came out like January 31st, I think. So I think it would be kind of fun if I waited like just one more month till January 31st and play the game then. But then again, I kind of want to play it right now. Certainly would be money well spent. But yeah, what happens if you do, like, load this save? Well, I'm guessing that I'm not going to be able to do anything other than... Wait, yeah. Yeah, I wonder if you can choose not to go on at the very last moment. That would be something. I'm gonna wait. Something stops you calling out to Lem. Maybe it's fear or nerves or just the need to take a little longer in this moment before your world changes once more. A decision was made, you reason. There's no point in rethinking it again and again. All you can do is move forward in its shadow until so many cycles pass that you forget it was ever there. Lem spots you among the crowd. Sleeper, we're here. They are standing beside a bag which looks to carry all the possessions they have. It's small enough to be carried in one hand. You ready? Lem smiles nervously. Well, I guess so. He hefts the bag. Hope they'll let us take this on board. Got a whole life in here. You hand over the Cell's ID film to Lem, keeping your own. He turns it back and forth in the light. Where'd your friend even get this picture, Sleeper? Looks like my old Conway ID. You look, and a shimmery, younger Lem stares out of the film, harder and clean cut. Spoke to the guard here. He nods to the white and green clad security official. We'll be doing orientation and role assignment on the board. Sounds like we're going to be working under the core crew, kind of like an intern. He laughs. What do you think, Meanie? Am I too old to be an intern? Following Lem's lead, you expect your ID. Is he in lift? I already read all this. Now, let's see. What happens if I do wait? You wait for a moment. You need to wait for a moment. This is all happening too fast, changing too much. There's so many questions you have, so many threads to catch hold of. Yet here you are, boarding a ship to who knows where on a journey that will take decades. Reconsider. Is this really what you want? How will you even survive? You suddenly feel dizzy, unsettled. You can make out the concerned look on Lem's face as you hold back. The guard gestures again. Mina's eyes, looking back at you, are so bright in the starlight. Stay on the eye. You can't do it. You can't get on that ship. You turn away quickly, trying not to look at Lem, to look at Mina, to meet their eyes. You turn away and kick off hard from the guardrail. When you reach the far wall, you turn back. The scene continues in front of you as if nothing has changed. The next set of people are boarding. The crowds are still gathered at the cordon. The sidereal horizon still blinks, its yellow hull bright against the stars. And there are Lem and Mina, gliding up towards the docking bridge, bag in hand. Lem is facing away, focused on the steady climb, but Mina is in his arms and is facing back towards you. You watch her face, confused, sullen, but twinkling with a growing excitement as Lem carries her forward. As you watch Mina, you think about your future, about the future you might choose. You know one thing for certain, that future is on the eye. You no longer have any enthusiasm for being carried forward by the dreams of others, for grand futures that unfold like angelic wings across the horizon. The future is being made now, on the spinning ring, among its people and its systems. You are sure of that. As you watch Mina disappear into the entrance of the sidereal horizon, much later, when you watch the ship pull away, you feel a sense of longing to be carried, not by the systems that spin the suns or by the corporations that run the colonies, but by love towards an uncertain future, just as Mina was. That, you think, is the future you wish to make here, on Erlin's Eye. All left behind. When the picture for the trophy is Mina holding her rabbit named Bun Bun. Fuck, man, that's sad. Both endings are sad. What the hell? At least I'll get to continue, and probably Caster will be, like, pissed at me. He'll be like, what the fuck, man? But yeah, that's also really neat. I don't know, it'll be interesting replaying the game and seeing all the different endings and choices you can make. Because, like, I definitely feel like with Ankita, the mercenary trying to fix her ship, I definitely got, like, one of the worst endings with her. Like... You know, I simply trusted that she would do the right thing, or I would have the opportunity to, like, stop her from doing something bad, but instead, nope. A strange choice. Caster stands beside you at the rail, watching the pinpricks of light disappear from the sidereal horizon's drive. Or, watching the pinpricks of light from the sidereal horizon's drives disappear? That is a weird fucking sentence structure, and I don't know if I'm just reading it wrong, or if it's like... Watching the pinpricks of light from the side reel horizon's drives disappear. Okay, there you go. That's it. But, perhaps not unexpected, you turn to look and Castor is beaming at you with an unsettling warmth. Aren't you angry? About what? He squeezes your shoulder. I only wish for you to exercise that strong drive of yours. If it happens to align with my own, then that is pleasing to me. But if it does not, I cannot punish you. What about the side reel? Castor looks out to the stars. I will do my best to follow its progress. He pauses. Celis itself is of more concern. Zendra and Celis has taken a step back from the public eye. It seems some internal struggles are playing out within their pristine halls. Castor sighs. But I doubt core politics are much of concern to you. Castor moves down along the rail. The eye, though, that seems to be your primary concern. Am I right? It is my home. He smiles broadly. Then we are fellow residents. He seems pleased. This place has been a good home for me. Though, like all places, it has its phases. Do not idle here too long, sleeper, unless you wish to be once again caught in the movement of systems much bigger than yourself. Castor starts to clunk away in his mag boots. Oh, we keep an eye on you, if you don't mind, sleeper. He waves as he walks. My curiosity remains piqued. Once he leaves, you stay a little longer at the rail, watching the stars. Imagining the look on Mina's face when she sees Celis 1 for the first time. Imagining the excitement when she first touches its soil. The joy when she first stands outside in the rain, laughing. Those images, though they will not happen for decades, are what will carry you through this cycle, and perhaps the next one too.
Oh, man.
I don't know. I do not know how I feel. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking I don't want to risk that. I'd rather just hit the hay, which I can do here. Still got a few more things to do. Really, I have like 2 things. Which are kind of both the same thing. They're tied in together. Alright, definitely gonna deflect suspicion. Alright, there you go. It's much better. Should have prepared myself a little better. Oh well. Yeah, let's try to actually get here. Tucked into a service corridor deep below the reservoir, Ash is double-checking the seals in the water tanks loaded onto the motorized trolley. Though you are far enough away from any thoroughfares not to worry about being overheard, you both still speak in hushed tones. All good? Ash nods silently and hits the ignition on the trolley to start it moving. You take the other side of the trolley and walk it up to the wide service corridor, with its flickering lights and Solheim detritus. You doubt it gets used by Haven Age, at least that's the hope. You glance across at Ash, her face a massive determination as she guides the trolley along. Maybe some conversation will make this journey go a little easier. How'd you meet Peak? Ash pauses, a little surprised by your question. She glances back down the tunnel, but in this deserted passage, she can hardly keep up the pretense of silence. We grew up together, she answers quickly, turns back to the trolley, but she can tell you're expecting her to add more. She seems to gather herself for an answer, not wanting to ignore you, but trying instead to get her answer straight in her head. Our outpost, Hawthorne, is not an easy place to grow up. The administrators keep a tight hold of everything. She rolls her eyes, even though they are trapped in the same decaying installation as everyone else. Peak, she pauses. Peak found it harder than most. She pauses again, judging her words. I stepped in to help them out. Silence descends again, but you can feel the wheels turning in Ash's mind as the creaking wheels of the trolley take you along the corridor. Peak isn't the most practical of people. They used to be, well, they need someone to teach them to look after themselves, stand up for themselves. That was me. She smiles. After that, I couldn't get rid of them. Ash stops talking, but you see her eyes have lit up, and you imagine she's recalling some moment or other from her and Peak's past. You both reach a wide bulkhead doorway and have to stop to shimmy the trolley over the edge. When you're done, Ash turns to you. I'm good from here. Head back. And with that, she was gone, moving off into the dark tunnel ahead. You watch her go, and then turn around and walk the distance back to the staircase you entered from, the tunnel humming around you as you do. As you walk, you try to piece together Ash's past, but all you have are glimpses of a person she once was. She seems to prefer it that way. Ah, perfect. I was hoping I would find you here. Now you do that, then you go here, cook some garoli, and I'll sleep here. Nope, here, there we go. Feed the cat. Prepare myself at least once, and now end cycle. Very good rolls this morning. Or, I don't know, can there be a morning on a space rim? Maybe, maybe not. Alright. You meet Peak leaning in a corner of the way you meet Peak leaning in a corner of the canteen in their typically unassuming way. It occurs to you as you approach that Peak must have had some practice at staying invisible. All good? They look up from their slate. That crew you were talking to. They nod to the group leaving the canteen. Will they join us? They'll do it. Nicely done. Peak beckons for you to follow as they peel off the wall and head out into the walkway overlooking the corridor. Glad you were here to talk them into it. I never had much of a way with people. Peak smiles and looks away quickly as you walk. You and Ash seem to do okay. Peak laughs, their light and easy laugh. Ash is not really like other people, which you've probably noticed. If only everyone was like Ash, they fade off, something drawing their attention. What I mean is, people have caused me a lot of trouble. I've had people hate me without knowing a thing about me. They tuck their hair behind an ear. I'm sure you know the feeling. I do. Pete glances at you. Sorry to hear that. It marks you, am I right? It does. Pete nods. You both walk in silence for a moment. Not an awkward silence, but one of solidarity. Pete leads you around the corner, heading back to the main corridor and access way. I appreciate you coming in and helping us out on the sleeper, talking to the crew, and, well, you know. Maybe after this insane plan is done, we can talk properly. You keep looking ahead, and you realize they are nervous. I like that. Pete smiles, looking down at their feet. That's settled then, they say to the floor. I better report the news to Ash. We have ourselves a tug escort. Pete stops at an intersection. See you soon, sleeper, and please, take care. And with that, they drift away. Their head down, their gait changing as they do, their practiced invisibility shrouding them like a cape. Drone. A rapid burst of movement catches your attention. A drone, its fins adjusting as it hovers in place, floats in the corridor. Hello? The drone shifts a little, but does not respond. The drone buzzes closer, and a voice gurgles out of its speaker, distorted and strange. Sleeper, come to the corridor. We need to speak. Why? The drone clicks in words, and the recording starts playing again. Sleeper, come to the corridor. We need to speak. Inspect the drone. You move closer and the drone bobs away to a safe distance, but as you do, you see the HA of Haven Age emblazoned on its side. Could this be Fang's drone? Satisfied it has delivered its message, the drone rotates and accelerates away as rapidly as it arrived. You stare at it as it disappears from sight, hoping for some insight that escapes you. To the cordon, then. Alright, should give me some food first, though. Give me the cheap stuff. Alright. Alright, perfect. So, let's see who this is. As you enter the passage that leads through the cordon, a flash of movement catches your eye. The drone. Stops to make sure you've seen it, and then it flits into a side passage, leading to a set of narrow stairs. You climb up through a dark shaft, the drone stopping at each landing to check you are following. Despite its lack of expression, there's something overbearing about the way the drone waits, impatiently realigning its fins in sequence. After a long climb, you come out to an observation platform. Cordon and the vast, ramshackle refugee ships beyond fill your vision. Scale seems impossible, and immediately you feel small and naive for even thinking you could affect this situation. Something shifts nearby. The drone again? A woman is standing at the window, at the edge of your vision. You aren't surprised you didn't notice her. She seems impossibly small in the shadow of the flotilla. The drone buzzes by her shoulder, and she turns. Helen. Or... is it Helen or Helene? That's Helene. Helen ends with an A. Oh. Alright. Now, I will continue reading this, but honestly, probably about like 20 to 30 minutes ago, I was like, hey, I'm gonna go take a break and grab myself a glass of water and probably have a bite to eat. And, now it's been like half an hour later, so I'm even thirstier and hungrier than I was before, so I'm gonna go now. Enjoy looking at Helene if you want, or feel free to tune out. Hopefully, some music starts playing, but I don't know. Either way, I will be back in due time. Probably about 3 minutes. It's my ideal time, but might be 5, maybe a little longer. But I'll be back, so BRB.
Hubba, bubba, bubba. Hello. Sorry I've been gone for, what's that? What's 1600 seconds divided by 60? I have no idea. Um, I'm just gonna. It should be easy, but my brain is not suited for maths. Okay, I've been gone for like 27 minutes. I thought it was gonna be like, well, maybe not 27 minutes, but I've been gone for probably, I was guessing around like 15 to 20 minutes. Oh, ho 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 ho. But yeah, don't mind me. I made myself some eggs, and they were delicious, man. Oh, nothing like some eggs. Put some hot sauce on them. Oh, oh, delectable. Also, they're good. I don't know. I feel like eggs are brain food. Oftentimes, when I eat an egg, I'm like, yeah, my brain's firing on all cylinders now. I don't know if that's true necessarily, but it feels true. And, oh, but yeah, got some water. Also, got me a Pepsi because I was feeling frisky. I'm drinking it with a straw. It's pretty good. Oh. I don't know. I'll be honest. I'm a Pepsi with real sugar truther, where I'm just like, I don't know. Once I tried Pepsi with real sugar, I'm like, regular Pepsi sucks. Coke sucks. It. Can I be a weirdo to you? Can I admit the fact that I'm like a freak? Uh, my favorite version of Coke, like the only kind of Coke that I will get if I go into the store and it's like, hey, buy one get one free, Coke products, and I look over at the Pepsi products and it's like not buy one get one free. I'm like, all right, fine, I'll get some Coke. Uh, Sometimes the stores I go to, it's like buy one get two free, and it's like that's a steal, man. I can't pass that up. I probably should because soda isn't healthy for me, but I'm addicted to it, man. What am I supposed to quit being addicted to my addictive substance? Nah, man. All right, it's my vice, along with all the other vices I have. But I've actually quit doing THC. Not entirely, but like, I used to be a big ol' stoner. I don't know if you could tell by my general demeanor and the fact that I'm kind of a fucking idiot. But no, oh yeah, my favorite kind of Coke is vanilla Coke. I don't know why, but vanilla Coke appeals to me. Like, vanilla Coke is such a treat to me, and I love it every single time. And like most other kinds of Coke, I can't really stand. Like, if I'm out at like a restaurant or whatever, and I'm not just having a water or like a beer, it's like my ass is probably gonna get a Pepsi if they have it. If they don't, probably Sprite or like Mellow Yellow or whatever the hell they got that looks appealing to me. But Pepsi with real sugar, that's where it's at. Like, I mean, it's so weird. Like, when I go from drinking Pepsi with real sugar, where I'm like, oh my god, this is great. This is the best soda ever made. Maybe right behind Cheerwine, which like that is probably ultimately my favorite soda ever made. But like, I go from drinking a Pepsi with real sugar to drinking a regular Pepsi. The regular Pepsi tastes like garbage. I don't know what it is, cause like if I don't drink, if like I haven't drunk Pepsi in a while and I drink like a regular Pepsi, I'm like, huh, that's pretty good. But if I go from like having somewhat recently had a Pepsi real sugar to a regular Pepsi, I drink the regular Pepsi and I'm like, this tastes like garbage. It tastes bad. And it's weird because I normally like Pepsi, but like going from the real sugar to the fake corn syrup sugar or whatever they got, I'm like, this is terrible. This is garbage. I hate this. But yeah, anyway, did that. My cat was meowing at me, likely for more food. But I'll tell you what, man. You ever own an animal? Aren't they fucking idiots? Like, I love these little shits, but they are fucking idiots. Cause like yesterday, I was watching a TV show, and I just heard my cat in the other room hacking up. Like, she was just hacking up, and I was like, oh great, what is it now?
And I go over into the room where we have the cat litter, and it's like I don't go in there unless I like desperately need to or I'm doing the cat litter, so it's very rare I go in there. And I go in there and I see like two different piles of throw up of like just her food. Like my cat is a fucking idiot where she will like her food will come from like an automatic feeder, and because if it doesn't, she will come knock on my door and pound on it until she fucking wakes me up, and I get up and I go give her food. So the automatic feeder is pretty good for the most part, but she will just inhale her food and then immediately throw it up. And so yesterday I had to clean up two different piles of throw up. I hated it. It's terrible and disgusting. And then this morning, when her thing went off, because I was up this morning because my sleep schedule is all fucked. Uh, but like I like hear her just inhaling her food, and I'm like, don't you fucking do it, cat. And like I hear her eat all her food super fast, and then I immediately hear her throwing up again. And I'm like, fucking fantastic, great. It's 6 a.m. and one of the sun has just crested over the horizon. Daylight is streaming in through the windows, and I get to spend this beautiful moment cleaning up my cat's vomit. And so, I'm down there making an egg, and she's like bumping into me, or like I I don't know. Anyone's cat does this where it's like I'm in the kitchen fucking cooking. No, nothing too dangerous, nothing too extreme, just a couple of eggs. And like I go to like step forward to like grab something from the fridge, and it's like she walks like directly in front of my legs, and then like I don't even like kick her or hit her hard or anything. I just like move my leg in her direction because she's standing right in front of my legs and I didn't see her go there. And then she like meows like, wow, what are you doing? And it's like, you are in front of my fucking feet, cat. You can't get mad at me. But yeah, so she was just like hovering around me, meowing on occasion, and I'm like, Mac, I'm not giving you more food. You got food this morning and you wasted it. You wasted it, Mac. Why would I give you more food just so you could eat it all immediately and then throw it back up and then I have to clean it up again? I'm not fucking doing it, cat. All right? I love you. That was something I was thinking about. I was just cleaning the fucking vomit this morning, where I'm like, I fucking hate this cat, but I love this cat. You don't clean up vomit unless you're getting paid, or you love whoever's vomit you're cleaning up. And like I love this weird little strange creature, but golly gee willikers, you need to stop fucking doing this. So yeah. That was pretty fun that I had to deal with this morning. But like, oh man, those eggs were worth it. Like, oh, that was some good stuff. And what sucks too is that like because my semi-permanent retainer is fucked up, it's hard for me to eat certain foods. Like the other day I was eating like a sandwich, and like to be fair, I was eating it with like some pretty soft like white bread. But like it was like such a hassle to eat this fucking sandwich because like every time I took a bite of it, I could just feel it like connecting to like my mouth and like getting gummed up in my in the part of my permanent retainer that's not supposed to be exposed. By the way, I went into the dentist the other day to get a couple of fillings done, and they had to remove part of my semi-permanent retainer, and then they just didn't put it back right. And then I was like, hey, you guys didn't put it back right. And so I went in, and they did it a little better, but it's still fucked up, where it's like, also, I don't know if this is just a me thing, but do you feel like your jaw shifts? Where it's like, I don't know what it is, but I feel like sometimes if I have my mouth open, if I'm talking, or if I'm like, just like laying down or watching something, I'll feel like my jaw like shift. And like my teeth won't like be in their natural normal position. And it's like I feel like that's kind of happened. Like now it feels a little bit more normal, but like every time I go to close my mouth, my bottom front teeth are hitting the top of my like semi-permanent retainer, and I am losing my fucking mind. It is such a hassle and a half. And now what fucking sucks is either it's like, well, now I have to make an appointment with the orthodontist, and either they'll just be like, oh, hey, we'll just fix it and then charge you however much, and I'm like, this is gonna fucking suck. Or I'm gonna be like, all right, well, I want to get rid of it, and it's like, I don't. Either way, it's like I didn't want to get rid of it until they fucked it up. I was like, oh, I'm fine with my semi-permanent retainer. I've been living with it for like probably 7-8 years at this point now. You know, it's not a big deal. I'm used to it. And then I go to the dentist one time and they're just like, hey, we're going to fuck up your mouth permanently and it's going to cause you a lot of grief and strife. And then you're even going to come back into the dentist office, which, by the way, I was fucking like not halfway, but I was like, on my way to the dentist office they told me to go to, and then I got a fucking phone call on my way there, and they were like, hey, actually, by the way, could you come to the other office because that's where this dentist is? And I was like, fuck off, man. Like, I'm driving right now, you know, I don't mind taking a phone call while driving, but it's like, I'm fucking driving on my way to this thing, and now I have to fucking turn around and go back the way I came to go to the different fucking dentist office. After the appointment was set up, they send me a text with the address for the other dentist office, and then they were like, "Oh, hey, actually, just kidding, fuck you." And then I went in, and it's like I was not satisfied with the job being done. I was like, oh yeah, it kind of feels weird because there's no plaster on it anymore, or putty, or softener, or whatever it's called. And the fucking dentist didn't say shit about it. Like, I don't know, I'm not a fucking medical professional in any sense. I am nowhere near a professional. I don't know shit. So it's like, I'm like, hey, it's like, am I supposed to sit there and demand, hey, you should fix my fucking mouth, instead of being like, oh, okay, well, if you think it's fine, then hey, you're good to go. And I'm like, I don't think it's fucking fine, but I'm a passive little bitch, and I don't want to demand anything from these fucking professionals. And frankly, I don't want to be here in the dentist office because I'm just sitting here fucking wasting my time, pissing in the wind, when I could just be, you know, enjoying myself a little bit more at home. But then I go home and it's like, oh, great, my mouth's permanently fucked up, and it's hard for me to eat stuff now. Cool, awesome, fucking great, man. $120 to get, you know, 3 fillings done, which is fair. That's on me. I shouldn't have had 3 fillings that need to be done, but you know, that's how it goes. Gotta pay for my sins. But like, then it's like also to then be faced with the fact that it's like, oh yeah, hey, also, by the way, your mouth's just fucked. It just fucked. It's permanently altered, and there's nothing you can do about it. Like, I don't know, man. It's like my feelings might also be weird and might be fucking with my mouth, but it's like I can't tell because I can't even close my mouth properly anymore. And it's like, it's so weird because it's like when I was at the dentist, it was fine. And it's like, I don't know if it's through like me eating food and chewing that has moved my semi-permanent retainer more and made it into a more uncomfortable position, or has my jaw moved? I don't know what the fuck is going on with my mouth, but it's fucked up and it's really cumbersome, and I'm losing it. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my sanity. I'm losing everything that I hold dear about this precious life that I have, that I am fucking wasting away. And you know, just fucking sucks, man. Thanks to the 4 people that stuck around. When I came back, I was like, wow, 5 people were waiting for me? And then I'm like, I'm probably gonna lose most of them because I'm just gonna fucking sit here losing my mind. Oh, man. But, yeah. Let me tell you, this is why I like live streaming, is that I do just get to, like, burn off some steam and, like, just let it all out. And then now that it's out, I can be like, alright, now, it's not cool, it's not fine, but you know, I'll manage, I'll be alright. But yeah, I also gotta figure out, like, what fucking orthodontist to call, because it's been several years since I last went to the orthodontist.
And it's like, again, it's like either prospect I'm not looking forward to. I'm not looking forward to go in there and just be like, oh, hey, we would fix this, but now that you've been like chewing on this open exposed bit of your semi-permanent retainer, it's permanently fucked. So we're either going to have to replace it, or again, I feel like they're just going to be like, yeah, you shouldn't get it removed. You should keep it. And I'm just like, I don't give a fuck, man. I'll have fucking crooked ass teeth. I don't give a fuck. Do you see me at all? Do you think I give a fuck about being attractive? If you do see me, you'll be like, oh, this guy doesn't give a fuck about his appearance. He's gonna die alone and live alone, and he's gonna be fucking happy about that. Like some kind of fucking freak. And that's me, man. I'm a little fucking freak. Who cares if my fucking teeth are fucking crooked now? I'm 24. I've never been in a relationship, and I likely never will be. You wanna know why? It's because I'm fundamentally unlovable. Or maybe it's just that I'm antisocial and I don't have a lot of opportunities, and also I'm very weird and neurotic, and, you know, I got a lot of problems and I got a lot of issues, and also I probably would be like, I don't know, man. Does anyone else feel this way? Where it's like, it's like, to me, when people talk about like, oh man, I recently broke up with my partner, and now it's like I'm sleeping alone in my bed and it feels so empty. I can't do it. I can't sleep alone in my bed. And I'm like, what the fuck? I love sleeping alone in my bed, man. Shit fucking rules. Like, I don't know, what the fuck is this? I don't know if it's a queen or a king. But I got like a pretty big ass fucking bed. Cause like, I think up until I was like, up until I was like 16 or 17 or something, I just had like the same bed I had since I was like probably I don't know, like 6. Probably even younger. I don't know. I refuse to get new things. I'm very much I will wear this thing until it wears and breaks down, and even then, if I can still do it, I will wear it. I will use it. Like the current setup I have, my I have like a PlayStation and a TV on a setup. It's like a cubbyhole thing that I had from when I was like a little kid. But I've like taken everything out of it, so it's like there's it's got like 8 little squares where you can like store stuff, and it's like one square I got like all my old controllers. One square I literally just have like a fucking a package of THC gummies. On another one I have my PS4 games on disc, and then like 2 of them have books, and then one of them is filled with like old Xbox 360 game disc cases. And so it's just like it's like, I don't know, maybe I should buy a new what the fuck do you even call it? What the fuck is the word for like the shit that you put your TV on? Because it's like a cabinet, I guess. I don't know. I feel like there's a technical term for it, like abattoir or something like that, but I can't fucking remember it. But it's like, hey, why buy a new thing when I have this old thing and it works perfectly well? I mean, do I have some problems with it? Sure. Is it like, do I have the TV precariously on the top of the thing, and then my my PS5 right next to it, and the PS5 is kind of hanging off the side? Yes, but it's not like the fucking little the little legs are hanging off the side, you know? But like the little, well, one of the little legs is like all the way on the right side of it. Like, it's like part of the reason why I have not gotten like a bigger or better TV, because I have like a what was it, Hisense, like it's a 1080p Hisense, where it's like sometimes I'm playing games and I'm going through the settings, it's like, oh, sorry, you can't like access this setting because you don't have like 4K, and I'm like, well, you know, I'm poor, so I can't really buy a new TV, but even if I did, it's like I do not. It's like, I don't think it would fucking fit on this thing, and it's like, so if I buy that, I gotta buy a new fucking cabinet or whatever, and then I gotta buy this and buy that. It's like, no, man, I will simply just have a fucking chair and a TV on whatever the fuck is there. If this old fucking wooden cubby thing breaks down, I'll just have my TV on the fucking floor. I don't give a fuck. But hey, then I could probably get a bigger TV. And then I'll probably kick it one day accidentally and fucking piss away $1,000, or I don't know how much a fucking TV costs. I think this one I got was like, I don't know, $400, $300. I don't know. It was perfect that when I got it at the time, because I broke my other TV. I didn't mean to. I accidentally did it. It was like sitting on the same thing, and I like fucking was moving stuff around, and I bumped a chair into it, and it just fucking fell and completely broke, and I was like, oh fuck. uh but yeah, so anyway, my point is is like, why the fuck do I care about how straight my teeth are? I don't give a fuck about anything else. I might as well have the fucking teeth to match my crooked, strange, fucked up life, you know? uh uh Alright. Oh well, got 5 people watching. I will say, before I do officially continue on playing Citizen Sleeper, which I will love to do, I think the other thing that is like is kind of getting my goat is I don't know. Does anyone know about the TV show Pluribus? You know, if you don't, I'm gonna give a very minor spoiler for the show, but it's like the premise of the show. It's like, hey, newsflash! In Breaking Bad, Walter White, he starts cooking meth. I know, it's crazy. He gets cancer, so it's like anything I'll tell you will be all spoilers will be like the first episode, or like a trailer, or even someone casually talking about the show. But like, kind of the premise for Pluribus is that a hive mind takes over Earth, where like allegedly, according to them, everyone on planet Earth is connected, and like they all share like one brain or one consciousness. Again, you don't really know how it works, so it is like this interesting mystery. But like, a couple people are not infected, or they are unaffected by this new hive mind process. And like, seeing so many people talk about the show, where like for both, like, there are like 2 main characters. There's Carol, and then there's like Minosos, who they're both like pretty opposed to the hive mind. They're like, this thing fucking sucks, and it's weird, and you've stolen away everything that makes people people, and you're doing bizarre, strange things that don't make sense. And it's like, seeing how many people respond to the show by being like, oh, like, specifically Carol. Carol is our main character, played by Rhea Seehorn, I think her name is. My apologies if I'm getting that wrong. But she's a great actress. And, like Carol's very much against the hive mind, is distrustful, kind of like resents it in a lot of ways. And like, seeing how people respond to it with like, it's like, there was like one comment I saw that was essentially like, oh, Carol is being a temper tantrum throwing baby, not accepting this hive mind and trying to help them and placate them and be nice to them, even though they've like stolen every single person's memories on the fucking planet, and now they're doing whatever, you know? Like, I think it's interesting to me that it's like they have allegedly every single person's mind connected, and like the only thing they care about is connecting the last few people who aren't a part of the hive mind. Like they don't really seem to have any other overarching goals other than that. That seems to just be their priority, which feels weird to me. Because it's like you have like 7 billion people. Why do you need these like last couple of people who are not infected? What does it matter? You know? Like it's very interesting and very bizarre. Uh but like again, some people like take it on face value when the hive mind is like, we love being this way. It's great. Once a mind comes to understand what they're a part of, it just becomes peaceful and better, and it's awesome. And like, it's like, to me, frankly, it's like, I don't know. I'm very distrustful of it, but also it's like, I don't know. Some people want to take it as like a metaphor for like collectivism or communism, or like, because it is kind of similar, and I think it's kind of directly based on the lockdowns that happened during like beginning in 2019, right? 2020 and onwards. Uh, but like it's like that. The hive mind stands for collectivism, and like, while it's like our main character Carol Sturka, a white woman from America, oh, she's individualism, she's all the things that are wrong with the world, or that are preventing people from holding back, you know, she's an anti-masker, in like metaphor, you know. And it's like, no, you want to know what she is? She's a fucking human being. She is a goddamn human being, one of the last few left on the fucking planet. Because it's like, to me at least, it's like, I think the idea of a hive mind is kind of interesting. Like, I don't know, at least for me. Imagine if you could connect your mind with someone else's. Like, wouldn't that be like a really romantic and intimate sort of thing? You know, being able to hear their thoughts, see their memories, like perceive the world in their eyes, and them being able to do the same with you. I think that's like a really fascinating and interesting idea. But when you're not given the option to agree to that, where the hive mind is just like, oh, we have to infect everyone on the planet, and then they do that, it's like, I don't trust you, and also you've just overwritten all of these different people's autonomy. And it's like, even if it's for the greater good or it's beneficial, it's still wrong. It's still incorrect. It's taking away the very thing that people are. And like, to just see people respond to it where they're just like annoyed with the main characters, or like upset with them, or like, oh my god, this is so annoying. It's so fucking bizarre to me, because it's like, how have people not figured out that like all forms of media, particularly forms of media with a narrative, with characters, you are supposed to empathize with the fucking characters, dickhead. That is your job as the fucking viewer. If you are watching something or playing something, or, you know, engaging with any kind of media, reading a book, you know, whatever it may be, and you're like, I don't understand this character. This character doesn't make any sense to me. I fucking hate this character. They fucking suck dick. It's like, you can think that, but your goal is to empathize with them, to understand them, to put yourself in their shoes and be like, hey, I can see myself reacting this way, or I can understand this reaction from this person, you know? And it's like, you aren't always going to understand every single character, but it's like, that's kind of your job. That's your goal when engaging with media. So to just see so many people like write a character off or write a show off because it has like long, interesting scenes with like just these really engaging character moments, and like it's a show that like asks you a lot of questions and then gives you time to sit with it, where it's like, what is this character's motivation? Why are they doing this? Are they right? Does the hive mind have a point? Because it's like, it's like, for me, when I was initially talking about it, it's like, I think we as individuals have this like inherent bias towards being an individual mind, where it's like, you know, I'm sure if we had our brains all connected at birth and that's how life was, we would have this like inherent bias against like an individual mind of like people of the same species or something like that, you know? And so it's like, but just because you have a bias doesn't mean that you're wrong, you know? Just because you have a bias towards something, that doesn't mean it's inherently right or it's inherently wrong, you know? So you can have a bias towards like nonviolence. You can be a pacifist. And it's like, I would say in a lot of ways, being a pacifist is very good. You shouldn't want to be violent. You shouldn't, have to be violent. But it's like, again, just because you might be more prone to nonviolence doesn't mean that it's like, oh, that's how everyone should be, or this is right, or like, if you're more prone to violence, that doesn't mean, oh, well, then that's right, because that's your inherent bias, So it's like, I think it's actually something interesting to engage in and to actually, think about and consider with this, with this idea. But it's like, from my perspective at least, the hive mind does not seem cool. And also, it's like seeing all these motherfuckers talking about the show, talking about how it's boring, talking about how they hate the characters, is like, my ass does not want to share a fucking brain with you. I will keep my own brain, thank you very much. I will continue to use it for me, myself, and for the people I love and care about, and fucking strangers if I have the opportunity to do so. But my fucking ass is not becoming your ass, because if I was your ass, I would not want to be here. I would not want to keep existing, okay? So you're cruel, dumb-ass motherfucker being like, oh, we should all simply join the hive mind. The hive mind says it's cool. They smile at you. Therefore, they must be good. Fuck you. You can go join up with all the other fucking morons. I will keep my individuality and I will fucking die as I am. You fuck. Oh man. But yeah, anyway, that was ultimately my bit, is that it's just like, I don't know, man. It's like, again, I don't wish any harm upon these people. I wish them to live fulfilling, happy lives, and I also wish for them to shut the fuck up about media because they don't know how to talk about it or engage with it, But, like, it's like, I want you to keep living. I want you to be your own person, and I sure as shit don't want to be you, just as I'm sure you probably don't want to be me. But hey, you're missing out. But yeah, it is such, like, a fun and interesting concept, and, like, again, it's like, that's always something I kind of fucking hate, is when, like, people will not engage in something. Will just be like, oh, well, this thing is wrong, and it's inherently wrong because, that's what I believe, that's what I think, that's what I've been told. And it's like, no, you have to actually engage with that idea. Because again, I think the idea of a hive mind can be interesting, and it can be fascinating. But it's like, it's like, again, I think a lot of this comes from the lack of understanding with the hive mind. Of like, what are their goals ultimately? Because their goals aren't really like survival. They kind of seem to be pretty bad at surviving, because they have this like weird rule set where they're like, we will affect no biological life. Like, we do not want to like pick fruit from an apple tree, or it's like one of the first things they talk about doing is like freeing all the animals from the zoos. And like what one of the characters mentions, like, oh, there were apparently a lot of maulings, and it's like, what a bizarre thing to do. Like free the animals, sure, but then like you can't free the animals in a way that doesn't like result in you being fucking mauled. And again, that's also a thing too, is that it's like, is that like, why, for me, it's like, it's weird, or I don't know, I think it's a little naive to have like set in stone principles. Whereas like me, I don't want to kill a fucking tiger, but if a tiger is trying to maul me to death, I am well within my rights to do whatever possible to not be mauled to death by a fucking tiger. It's like, it's a beautiful creature, I love it. Sorry, tiger, I'm more beautiful than you, bitch, and I'm an ugly motherfucker, alright? If it's me and you, Tiger, I'm picking me every goddamn time. You can go fuck yourself, Tiger. But yeah, it's like again. I think it's like it's such a interesting show, and it gives you so much to chew on and engage with, and like the cinematography is like amazing. It's like I love all the shots, like particularly episode 7 with where you're following a character going on a journey. It's like it's so fucking good, man. It's so engaging, it's so interesting, and it's like in the show there's like a lot of repetition, but it's like it's for a specific purpose. Like there's a reason why lines are being repeated, and why you'll be reminded of things. And it's, I don't know, it's just such a really interesting, like just awesome show. And it's like, hey, if you don't like it, if it's not for you, that's fine by me. But like, well, what's that classic phrase? Uh just remain silent and let everyone think that you're a fool, lest you open your mouth and remove all doubt. Like, you don't need to let people know you're an idiot. You don't need to let people know that you have like a terrible attention span for watching a fucking TV show. It's a TV show, bro. It's entertainment. If you're not being entertained by it, news flash, asshole, don't fucking watch it. It's like people playing games that like make them miserable. Because they're like, oh, I'll play games that fucking make me angry. And it's like, I shouldn't be getting angry. I'm a 24-year-old man. Even when I was a teenager getting angry at games, I still shouldn't have been doing it, but at least I had hormones to provide a little bit of an excuse. But like, I'm not playing the game because I'm like, oh, the game's going to make me angry, and that's why I'm playing it. It's like, no, I'm playing the game because I want to get past the part that's making me angry so I can get to a new part that's interesting and engaging until eventually I get stuck on a boss and I get fucking angry again. And then the satisfaction I get from finally killing that fucking piece of shit boss made by that motherfucker Miyazaki. Oh, it'll be great. It'll be glorious. I'll feel like I've done something with my life, accomplished something, when all I've done is hit a couple buttons on a fucking controller at the right time. Woo, look at me. But it's like, it's supposed to be fun. If you genuinely don't like it, that's fine. But like, have a better fucking reason. Have an ounce of fucking empathy in your core being. Because it's like, that's also the very idea of the hive mind, is that you inherently understand and know like so much about like everyone on the planet. And it's like, to me, I actually started rewatching the show because I watched it all in one sitting in one night. And I'd be honest, I was kind of off of a gummy when I was doing it. But like, I rewatched like all the way up to episode 7 again, or all the way up to episode 6. And then I was waiting for episode 7 to come out. And like, there was one scene that really struck me as being interesting, and I fucking forgot what it was. I had it on the tip of my brain. I was thinking about it because it was like, oh, I really like this scene. It was really interesting, and now it's fucking gone from my brain because I'm a fucking idiot and my head is full of holes. Oh, damn. What was it? It was, shit. Oh, this is gonna kill me. If I keep trying to think of it, I'm probably not gonna get it. But the second I like move on and try to think about something else, I'm gonna remember it. I got it. Just had to take a little sip of the old Pepsi Cola. You get the caffeine and sugar flowing in me. But no, there's like one specific scene in the show where Carol is like asking what like another character thought, or like what another person thought, and like the way in which the hive mind expresses this information, it's like this person would never tell it like this, where it's like where it's like Carol's an author, so she's asking like, what did this person think about my book? And like the hive mind is like, they don't want to answer because they're afraid of conflict. They're afraid of like negative emotion, which like again is like negative emotions are not good, but they are a part of being human. To err is to human. So it's like this hive mind being so afraid of negative emotions. It's like that's fucked up. It should not be that way. Like it shouldn't be unable to handle like negative emotions. And so like when she's asking about what this person thought about the book, uh the hive mind is like being very careful with its wording and what it says to Carol. And it like eventually says it's like they thought it was fine. They thought the book was fine. And it's like and Carol's like fine as in like, oh yeah, it's fine. Or fine as in meh. And then the hive mind is like thinks is hesitant, is like meh. That was a pretty cute moment. But then they talk about like where Carol like specifically goes, what do they think about the last 200 pages? And uh and the hive mind is like, oh, they only read up to page 184. And it's like that's so bizarre because it's like that's not how people are. It's like there's another weird moment too where like they give Carol a bottle of water and they're like, oh, this was bottled at this facility over in this location in Albuquerque, New Mexico, or something like that. And like the person overseeing this, as far as their knowledge extends, they are 100% sure this is natural, healthy water. And it's like, who the fuck thinks like that? Like, it's like I could not tell you like from when I was like working at like stores or at like at any job. Like, to be fair, some of the jobs I worked at, I was like, you know, a little high. Like dishwashing is a hard job to fucking do if you're not high. uh, but like it's like I could not tell you like when I was working as like a stalker in a grocery store, where it's like, oh, I remember putting that can on the shelf on this date at this time. It's like, no, man, my memory is not that fucking strong. Like, it's like my days blend in together. So it's like, does the hive mind actually, is it actually every single person brought together, or is it just a collection of every single person's memories? You know, because it's like that's not how people are. It's not how they operate. And again, like with this specific instance of like the hive mind telling Carol what this person thought of her book, it's like this isn't how the conversation would go with that person, you know? Like, there's no way they would be like, oh yeah, I stopped reading at this point. Like, it would be like an argument, and it would be like, they would bring up other things, and they would talk about it, and it would probably be like, you know, fucking human. Where it's like, the hive mind just feels so inhuman, and it's like, maybe it's because it's a hive mind, maybe because it's so different from, like, singular individual human minds that like everyone in the same mind meld together just becomes weird and strange and odd, because it's like, how the fuck wouldn't they be? They have every single person's mind together. It's like you have like an old woman who was born in like the fucking early 1900s, and then you have like a fucking baby who was born like a day ago, and like everyone is all sharing their mind together, and they're able to like access thoughts. It's so bizarre and weird and interesting, and to see people like just fucking flatten it into this thing that it is not. It's like, you are an incurious person and you should shut the fuck up, because your opinions don't not matter. Like, your opinions matter probably to your fellow fucking idiots. But like your opinions are not valuable, you know? They matter, but they're not valuable, in my opinion. You know, my very, very humble and correct opinion. Oh, man. Ugh. But yeah, so anyway, sorry about that long pluribus rant, but it's such a good fucking show. And if it's not for you, it's not for you, you know? It's like it like for me, it's like I would not watch a show that I didn't enjoy. But it's like even if I did, it's like I think it would be interesting to examine and go through. It's like why didn't I enjoy this show? Why don't I like this thing? Because it's like I do that much less with shows where it's like if it's a show I don't like, I'm just gonna stop watching the fucking show. Uh, but like instead with like games, where it's like you buy a game, you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound, and so it's like there are games where it's like I like the idea of them, but I don't like the execution of them. There are games where it's like I really enjoy a lot of it, but then there are sections I don't enjoy of it, and it's like some of it is up to me. Like there are some games I simply don't like because I am not good at them. You know, it's like for example with like Clair Obscur. When I played Clair Obscur first, and then I played Death Stranding 2, I was like, I have more of an enjoyable time with Death Stranding 2 because it's like I'm better at Death Stranding 2, and I find the game to be more enjoyable, even if like Clair Obscur has like kind of better gameplay. It has like better, more fun, engaging gameplay, but I found myself liking Death Stranding 2 more because it was like a much easier experience. I'm able to like chill out, listen to music, and have a good time, and like you know, it's like the rate at which I'm screaming at the game and calling the developers sociopaths that hate people and just want to see them suffer is, you know, much more with Clair Obscur and much less with Death Stranding 2. And it's like that's a very subjective thing that I have with me. It's like I still love Clair Obscur. I think it's really great. It's definitely in my top 10 games of the year, you know? Just even if I'm counting every single game I played this year, even if it didn't come out this year, Clair Obscur is in the top 10 because this is genuinely interesting, artistic fucking masterpiece. And so it's like even if I don't find myself enjoying it, even if I have more lows playing that game than I do with Death Stranding 2, it's like I might think Clair Obscur is ultimately better because the highs are so high in that. Like the moments where I am enjoying the game, or where it's emotionally impacting me, or I'm like genuinely moved, it's like that might mean more to me. But also it's like Death Stranding 2 has a lot of those moments too. And it's like I find both games to be funny. I find them both to be fun and interesting and engaging and these like really cool works of art. But it's like I can kind of get it if like one of them hits harder for you and like the other one just kind of falls flat, you know? But it's like for me, I think they both work. And so it's like interesting actually examining and articulating my feelings rather than just being like, game sucks, it made me angry, you know? Whereas like if you can go and see with both games me going, this fucking game sucks, I'm fucking having a bad time playing it. And it's like it's like, again, that doesn't really form my full opinion on the game, you know? Where it's like, for me, it's like trying to complete the gestural volleyball minigame in Clair Obscur. It's like that kind of taints my experience a little bit. As with like Death Stranding 2, where it's like doing all like the challenges in that game were actually like pretty fun and engaging, and like I didn't find them to be too troublesome, and even when I did, it's like they were not nearly as frustrating and tedious as trying to complete the challenge in Clair Obscur. It was like Clair Obscur, it was just one challenge. I didn't even need to do it. It was optional, but I'm like, I'm already here. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna waste like an hour on this. Whereas like Death Stranding 2, it's like, oh hey, here's like a couple of challenges. I'm gonna waste like an hour or two on all these challenges, but it's like I appreciate the challenges in Death Stranding 2 more, even if they were overall like more boring or less interesting or whatever. But it's like I found myself having a better time with one than the other, you know? So yeah, it's I don't know, I think it's an interesting thing to examine why you dislike a game, and it's like I think it'd be a hard thing to do, where it's like
am I failing the piece of media, or is the piece of media failing? Because I feel like a lot of people just want to implicitly go, oh, the piece of media is failing. Oh, this thing is bad. And it's like, I think sometimes you're right. I think sometimes you are completely valid for that. But it's like, I think also a lot of the time you should be like, oh, this isn't for me, or oh, I'm failing it. You know, again, with talking about Pluribus, where it's like, you don't have empathy for the main fucking character. You don't always have to agree with everything she does. You don't always have to fucking understand her. But, like, for me, she's an incredibly relatable character, and even if she wasn't relatable, it's like I would still go out of my way to try to understand her, to be like, oh, okay, I can see why she's doing this or why she's doing that. Like, for example, uh, like in one of the episodes, she's just entirely alone. Like, there's no one and nobody around, and she just starts like fucking off. She just starts like doing whatever she wants and like having a good time, and she like starts golfing on like a golf course, and then she's like, eh, fuck it, I'll start like smashing windows with golf balls. And it's like she's just like kind of having fun, and I'm like, fucking, this is relatable as hell for me. And it's like, I don't know, and then you see her go from like kind of being happy and alone to being like much sadder, and alone. And it's like, for me, it's like I can relate to that, but also I'm like, I kind of do love being alone. like like I don't know, again, for me, honestly, it was like an interesting thing where it's like, again, I don't know if this will be the case, because I hope it never happens, obviously. But it's like, if you woke up tomorrow and you were the last person on Earth for whatever reason, you know, like everyone else is just gone. Maybe they're dead, maybe they got abducted, maybe they, I don't know, all decided to move into the ocean and not tell you about it, you know? Who knows? But you wake up and nobody is around, and you have no signs or evidence that there are any more living people. Do you continue to live? Do you continue to do things, you know? Eat, sleep, drink, play, make art, you know? Listen to music, do this, do that. Because it's like, I feel like some people, they wouldn't. They would not find a reason or have a reason to keep living, and they would simply stop. Where like me, I'm like, I would live. I would live as long and as hard as I could, you know? And it's like that's just the way I'm made. It's just the way I'm built. I don't think it's inherently better than any other way to be, but it's the way that I am. And so it's like, I don't know, it's interesting seeing someone else deal with that, where it's like, again, it's like it's like you gotta have empathy for the character, even if they're not doing exactly what you would do, you know? Whereas like in some ways I'm like, oh yeah, that seems pretty great, and then in other ways I'm like, ooh, I wouldn't be doing that, but hey, you know, I can see why you're doing it. I can see why that's interesting to you. But yeah, man, it's like, I don't know, media is so interesting. It has so many like cool things to say, and it is fucking art, man. And it's like, you know, it's like, if you can't go into a museum and look at paintings and find meaning and beauty in it, that's fucking fine. But like, don't go into a museum and then complain about all the paintings and say it's boring. It's like, what are you, on a fucking field trip? What are you, a child? A dumb fucking child that can't appreciate art? If so, cool, you shouldn't be fucking giving your opinions on the internet. You know? Is like, I was pretty smart to wait until I was like at least like 20 before I started posting shit on the internet. And even then, it's like, don't listen to me when I was 20. I was a fucking idiot, you know? I might have said some funny stuff, and I might have said some poignant, interesting stuff, but also I probably said a lot of dumbass shit. And I'm probably gonna continue to say dumbass shit, and hopefully over time I say less, fucking dumb shit that is pointless that nobody wants to hear, and I start saying, you know, more interesting, engaging stuff that people are very happy to hear, you know? But hey, either way, I'm gonna keep fucking talking, no matter what. Because it's all I can do, and it's what I love doing, even if I am kind of bad at it.
All right. Well, honestly, I've been talking for too long, and I'm currently a bit stuffed up, so I'm gonna go blow my nose. And this time, for real, I will be back in about a minute. All right. I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'll be back in 5 minutes, and then I come back like fucking 20 minutes later. All right. I'm gonna be gone for like a minute or two, but then I'll be back. So I'm gonna pause the game for now, and be back in a bit. But wait, how long is 4,800 seconds? What's 48 divided by 6? Is it 8? It is 8. So uh 8 times whatever would be like is it 80 minutes? Hold on, 4,080 divided by 60. Yeah, it is 80 fucking minutes. I've been stuck here in this conversation, which to be fair, is a decent bit to go through, and then I did a bit of talking, and then I left, and then I came back, made breakfast, had some fucking delicious eggs, so yeah, I've been doing more than just sitting here and talking, but I have at the very least been talking for probably roughly an hour, at least like 45 to 50 minutes. And I'll fucking do it again. You can't stop me. You can tune out whenever you want. Please feel free to do so, but I'll still be here talking to somebody or talking to no one, but talking nonetheless until I don't feel like talking. But I kind of don't have that option with this game. Well, actually, yeah, I do. I do talk sometimes, but then I also do a lot of reading. So yeah, there's that. Anyway, gonna go blow my nose real quick. BRB. I return with hopefully, practically clear sinus or whatever. Anyway, gotta decide on a voice for Helene here. Uh, I will say that this is a problem that comes up where it's like I don't know, I can't really do like women voices, you know. On one hand though, I also do think that just like my natural speaking voice, I'm like, it could be a woman's voice. You never know. Do I sound like a woman? It's been a very long time, but it has happened where like over the phone or like ordering like fucking food from like the what's the drive-in? What's the fucking what's it called when I know this? What the fuck? It's drive through. I was like, what the fuck is the thing called where you drive through the thing and order fucking fast food? I'm like, oh, drive through. Because I was like, it's not fucking driveway. That's what that's what my brain came up with. I'm like, it's not driveway. And then I'm like, it's not driving. But I got there eventually. All right. But yeah, I have been mammed a couple of times in my life, and it's like that does not happen typically, especially if people like see my face, especially nowadays because I have what can only be described as a fuck off beard. I have a beard that is all the way down to like it's like down to my lower stomach. It's like at my belly button basically. Ugh. But yeah. And why do I have a beard this long? I don't know. At some point I was just like, yeah, I don't feel like shaving. And then I was just like, well, let's see how long I can go without shaving. And then it's like fucking years passed. And I'm just like, well, now I got a big beard. I'm just a dude with a big beard. And also long hair. I don't know. Fucking... I will say, it's like, say what you will about the lockdowns, but like, it was a very great thing where I'm like, oh shit, I don't have to get my hair cut. I literally have not gotten my hair cut in like years, you know? And it's like, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Because like on one hand, I don't mind my long hair, especially with my, you know, slightly receding hairline. I'm like, I'll take all the hair I can get, man. All right, I don't want people seeing that I'm going bald like a human with testosterone. What the fuck? I shouldn't have all that. But yeah, no, I do think I tend to come across as masculine in general in a lot of ways, but I don't know, my voice always conveys that. And it's like, again, when voicing characters, it's like, I don't know, if I'm doing a more feminine voice, it's like, am I just supposed to be like, just go up like an octave or whatever, which I don't even know if I'm doing, because I like am just guessing at what these terms mean, you know? Whereas like, instead of going sleeper, sorry for all the cloak and dagger nonsense, I would instead go sleeper, sorry for all the cloak and dagger nonsense. Whereas like, it's still basically the same, I'm just like doing it lighter and a little bit more like breathy almost. But it's like, I don't know. It's like I'm thinking about. It's like I can either go like super high pitched, like, but like that would just be like a kid voice, like sleeper. Sorry for all the cloak and dagger nonsense. But that's not even really it. That's more just like a silly guy voice. Hey there, how's it going? Hi, I'm a gal. What's up? But like, I don't know, doing a Valley Girl accent is fun, or just a Valley accent. It would be a little hard to do with this dialogue, but sleeper, sorry for all the cloak and dagger nonsense, but I've never regretted being cautious. I'm Helene. And that's spelled with an E, not an I, because I'm not some basic bitch. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just stalling because I'm like, I really don't know how to approach this. Whereas like guy voice is like, oh, big guy with cool voice, oh, just do it deeper, or, you know, even get a little gravelly or old, or it's always fun when you get like a fun sounding old man. Wow, hey there, oh, it's me, old man Jenkins. Oh, I sure do love being old. When you get old, you can just fucking talk like this and nobody's gonna say anything because you're gonna be dead soon anyway. Oh man, I doubt it'll happen, but it's like, I would love to be an old man one day. I feel like I'd be a fun old man. Because yeah, I mean, that's also a funny thing too, with like people getting old and like being like sad or like scared about it, like, oh no, I'm getting close to 30. I'm fucking excited for my 30s. I'm like, 30s, I'm either gonna be in my prime or I'm just gonna fucking be forever stuck being a loser, you know?
Like 30s, I'm either gonna have made it or broken it, but either way, I'm gonna be living it up, man. Be living up in my 30s. 40s, ooh, 40s, I don't know. 40s, I don't know. 40s, I either want to be a dad, be a stepdad, or be a cool uncle. That's kind of my goals. Even if I'm not even like related to any of these kids, like I just want to like make a friend and they have a kid, and I'm like, ah, cool. Now I get to be like a cool uncle. uh, but yeah, and then by the time I'm 50, I don't know what I'm gonna be doing in my fucking 50s, man. 50s is that's gonna be interesting. And there's like 60 and 70 onwards. It's like now I'm old man. Now I get to be an old man. You know, I get to be like weird, wacky, possibly a little miserly and curmudgeonly, but you know, I'll still try to be fun. Still try to keep some youthful whimsy about me. Ironically so. But yeah, it's like I don't know. It is just like so funny because it's like I don't know. It's particularly funny too, where it's like you'll see like younger people on the internet or people cosplaying as younger people on the internet being like, "Oh my god, these people are in their 20s, by the way," and it's like, "Bitch, you're a teenager. Shut the fuck up." Listen, all right. I was a fucking idiot when I was a teenager too, but again, I had the fucking good wherewithal to not fucking share my thoughts online for other people to see. You fucking bitch. You dumb motherfucker. Shut the fuck up. Like I don't know, it is just a fun thing where no matter what age you are, anyone older than you, even if you're a day older than me, oh, you're a fucking has-been. You don't know what's up anymore, old man, old person. You're fucking out of touch. You're out of time. Your time is nigh, and you will no longer be on this earth for long. You fucking pathetic, decrepit motherfucker. And then anyone younger than you, just a day younger than you. Oh, what a mere babe you are. What a fool. Your mind is still developing, and unfortunately, it's not going to develop much because you don't have all that much brain matter, you silly little fool. You are nothing. You are a mere speck, a pest, pestering me with your nonsense and your crazy wiles and whims of youth that I have no time for as a mature and very important individual, unlike you. But maybe one day you could be half as great as me, you pathetic little shit. It's just like, I don't know, man. It's always fun. Anyone older than you, you're a fucking idiot. Anyone younger than you, you're a fucking idiot. You have to be my exact age if you want me to respect your opinion. You have to have been born at the same day as me. Well, yeah, I'm not gonna get too technical with hours or whatever, but if you're born on the same day as me, January 1st, 2001, I respect your opinion. Otherwise, you can get the fuck out of here. If when you write your date on fucking papers and shit, or your birth date on papers and shit, it's not 010101, you can get the fuck out of here. I don't give a fuck. My birthday is fucking awesome. Anytime I give it, people are like, "Whoa, that's your birthday? Oh, that's neat." And I'm like, I fucking know it is, bitch. It's my birthday. I got the best one. There's no better birthday. You can go fuck yourself if you think you have a better birthday than me, man. Fucking 010101. 111, fucking triple ones or whatever. Fuck you, I'm the one, or I'm 3 ones, or I'm fucking nothing at all. I don't give a fuck. Oh, man. Alright, okay. Sorry. Enough fucking around. I'm about to be 4 hours into this live stream, and I barely played any Citizen Sleeper. I mean, I did actually technically beat it. I got the fuck off this rim, man. Alright? No more rim jobs for me. Alright? I'm free of that. Oh, man. Yeah. Alright.
Okay. I'm going to just give her a voice, and this is what it's going to be.
Sleeper, sorry for all the cloak and dagger nonsense. She nods at the drone. But I've never regretted being cautious. She smiles a tight smile and holds out a hand. I'm Helene. Shake her hand. The tight smile holds, but the drone keeps its single eye fixed on you. The effect is a little unnerving. Look. She glances around the empty observatory deck as if checking for potential eavesdroppers. Let's be straight with each other. I know about your plans, and she cuts in before you can respond. I understand your motives. You look at her in her overalls, the yellow markers, the HA sigil. You've been on the eye long enough to recognize a Haven Age member when you see them. You're Haven Age. Yes, I mean, I expect that is obvious. The tight smile again. Hope you won't hold that against me. She glances around nervously and moves a little closer. This entire situation, I am not here to defend it. She glances back at the flotilla. No one is happy about this. Especially not the refugees. She sighs. I'm not your enemy here, no matter what you think. She pauses. Sleeper, tell me something. What does Haven Age mean to you? A work in progress. She smiles. Fair, I think. Haven Age is used to being criticized in some ways. Haven Age is used to being criticized, and in some ways we invite it. Our members are free to bring up grievances at any meeting, to propose new structures and approaches. She shifts her weight impatiently. As a counselor, it is my duty to listen to them. That's why I was elected by the members. We are an imperfect system, yes, and each counselor, each member, each representative can be flawed and worse. She looks down. But we keep this place running. That is what we do. And the non-members? There are paths to membership, and we cannot force everyone on the station to join us. What do you expect? We are not an association of individuals. We cannot always account for the needs of those outside that structure. She turns and looks out at the flotilla. No matter how much we wish to. Can the Eye take in 1,000 refugees safely? I don't know. This place is a ruin, Sleeper. What do you think the council discusses? The price of Garoli? We make plans to keep this place spinning, to keep life support working, to ensure... Elaine's slate chirps and a grim look passes across her face as she sees the notification. She looks tired, and the screen light casting her rigid expression in a pale glow. Sleeper, I didn't bring you here to explain how Haven Age works. I came to talk to you about your plan to cross the cordon, breach the quarantine, and supply the flotilla. She looks directly at you. Stay silent. I know you think you're helping the flotilla, but you cannot do this. Right now, halfway along the ring, one of a countless series of debates are being held. These debates are to evaluate the potential harm that could be caused if the refugees of the flotilla are left to enter the station. These debates are at a standstill. Helene walks to the window. Too many in the Haven Age Council think of the flotilla as a threat. After recent events, a hardline group has emerged. Protective, selfish. They seek only to benefit the members. In their mind, the flotilla is a danger to life on the Eye. If you are caught crossing the cordon and breaching quarantine, it will only strengthen the hardline council's case. Criminals who stole a ship from XPR are undermining the security of the station? She shakes her head. It's exactly what they want. Refugees need supplies. They do, and that's exactly what I want you to give them. But unless the quarantine is lifted through a fair process, they will never get them. She sighs deeply. And those XPR spacers that you're running with? Sleeper, do you know anything about them? More than I know about you. She looks at you pleadingly. Let's change that, Sleeper. Why do you think the refugee flotilla came here now? Something is happening in the system. Something is pushing people out of the colonies and outposts that have survived since Solheim collapsed. We need to be ready for whatever is coming, ready to protect the Eye. I know the Eye means something to you. I know there's a reason you're still here, helping me protect it. Helene fixes you with a strong look. Persuade those spacers that this is the wrong move and that they will get caught and the flotilla will be locked down. That Haven Age will be delivered into those with the worst instincts. Forget this suicidal supply run with people you barely know. Help me fight for the Eye. Why don't you stop them? If I expose the plan, it's the same as if if it goes ahead and they are caught. Every way I look at it, the eye is compromised. The quarantine justified. The hardliners get their scapegoat. Don't offer up the excuse the hardliners need to lock the flotilla out altogether, to persuade the members they are safest pair of hands. She looks at you imploringly. Please. Look back at her, the flotilla behind, and sense of desperation in her plate. Notification breaks silence. Shit. She rapidly scrolls through pages of data. Sleeper, I need to go. She looks torn. Think about this, please. Talk to the spacers. Help them see reason. She quickly leaves the observation deck before you have time to respond. You stay for a moment, watching the lights of the tugs and the flotilla. Wonder what it feels like to be on one of those ships, so close to your destination and yet so far from it. Then you think of the Haven Age console chamber across the eye, where the right of these people to find safety is being debated. You shiver, and then you too are gone, back into the stairwell and the cold dark below. Yeah, hey, cool story, lady. I don't give a fuck. Why is this action unavailable? It wasn't unavailable before. Oh no, it's here. Okay. I was like, there's still one more I have to do. It's this. Alright. Pete grins as you pile the ion thruster sets onto the motorized trolley in a derelict loading bay. I borrowed this from Ash. I barely know how it works. They seem giddy at the idea of stealing the ship parts from Haven Age. I thought you worked for XPR. I did, but not as a repair tech. They help you heave the thruster into position. My specialty was computer systems. I mostly worked on keeping the protocols that ran the refueling platforms from totally decaying due to lack of use. There's a load of platforms in orbit of the moon Hawthorne is on, and Cinder herself. Ash and I ended up having to head out to them regularly to work on them. Sounds like hard work. Are you kidding? Peak smiles. That was the best job at Hawthorne. You get assigned a ship, you get to leave the colony for a bit. So much better than outpost maintenance or canteen work. The only reason we got assigned it was that Ash's mother is the administrator of Hawthorne, and Ash managed to get my name on that list too. Peak looks for the trolley's ignition. Ash is always saving me. I find the switch and hit it, and the trolley starts whining. Peak looks at the thrusters. Ash will install these. The Briar's are baby, really. Peak looks towards the bay exit. Truth be told, I was surprised she could bring herself to take it from her mother. Losing a ship, that has to have hurt the colony. Interesting. What is her mother like? Tough. You have to keep control of services outposts with no services to provide. Peak looks away. It's a tough place overall, Hawthorne. And Escher's mom? She likes it that way. Peak shuffles the trolley out of the bay into the corridor. They'll manage without the Briar. No choice. Peak smiles. And I have to admit, I'd loved to have seen her face when she saw we had gone. Peak pauses. Don't tell Ash that. They walk on quietly, lost in their memories of Hawthorne. Okay, I think I managed the rest. Peak brushes their hair out of their face. You've done more than enough this cycle. Peak looks over the thrusters. Once these are fitted, the Briar will handle better than ever. You might even get a thank you from Ash. Peak laughs. They head off into the corridor, the trolley whining its high-pitched whine. See you soon. Oh ho ho. Oh boy, oh boy. So now, what to do? I say, let's harvest some mushrooms. Ooh. Unlucky. Oh well. Sleeper, Peak is waiting for you when you leave, but they look different, pale, drawn out. You need to come up to the Briar, now. They don't meet your eye. What's What's happened? Not here, Peak hisses. Come to the ship. We'll be waiting. Peak walks away. Don't take long. And with that, they disappear around the corner, leaving you anxious and confused. Ooh. So a little nerve-wracking.
Oh, sorry. I'll be back real quick. I'm gonna go get a drink of water. Hello. Got some more water in my system and some more, uh, well, just water, really. But hopefully that will improve both my reading ability and my speaking ability, but I seriously doubt it. They're piss poor anyway. Or I'm pissing on the poor? I don't know. I can't read. As you walk into the Climbing Briar's cavernous bay, now filled with crates and containers, Ash is waiting for you. In front of her, sliced open, with its insides scattered across the top of a heavy-duty crate, is an object you recognize. Helen's drone. You freeze. Come in quick. Peak nudges you into the bay, looking behind you before sealing the entryway. We have to start being careful. You move closer to the container, your eyes on the drone splayed out in pieces. Some parts of it hooked up to the slate that Peak picks up and begins tapping away at. Ash looks up from the dissection. We caught it buzzing around nearby, heading for the ship. She leans over and taps the HA sigil on one of the removed pieces of plating. It's a Haven Age spy. We think it got here before it sent the data back, but we can't be sure. Peak looks at you nervously. Ash cuts in. Have you noticed anyone watching you? Any drones like this? Anyone following you up to the Briar? I've seen this drone. Ash frowns. Following you? I met its owner. Ash pauses for a while. Peak looking between the two of you. Explain, Sleeper, Ash says quietly. Tell them about meeting Helene. Explain that you met with Helene at the Cordon, and you tell Ash and Peak about what she told you. That the Haven Age Council are debating lifting the quarantine, but they are blocked by the hardliners. You speak faster and faster, but before you can finish, S walks away in anger, and then comes back again, her eyes burning. What is this, Sleeper? Have you understood nothing from what we've told you? She paces in front of you.
Haven Age are not your friends. They are administrators, which means they are interested only in their own power, their own survival, their own causes. They divide people as easily as sorting livestock. The greater good of their work demands it. The wider project of the station, the colony, the nation. Her eyes are wide as she speaks, her anger barely contained. She wants to help. Ash laughs. Help what, Sleeper? Undo the mess of her own creation? She only wishes to placate you, so you'll compromise, so you'll do what is acceptable, not as what is right. She is trying. Let me tell you something, Sleeper, Ash says, her rage hardening into pain. When people become administrators, they give up something. Some part of being human, being an equal among others, goes away. They start talking about the greater good, the systems, the ways in which their hands are tied, or their processes are compromised. My mother was the administrator of Hawthorne, and I've seen what it did to her. That noble, higher calling, it is toxic. People should never have had the chance to decide the fate of others, and those that do so at a cost to their humanity. Peak tries to cut in, but Ash holds up a hand. Don't start, Peak. Don't ask me to be reasonable or calm down. Thousands of people are desperate out there. Being reasonable will only prolong their suffering. I think you're right. Ash doesn't move for a moment, and she lifts a hand to rub her temples. She goes back to say something, then stops. She walks back into the bay and starts checking the straps on the crates. I will make the run. She yanks on the strap. No more distractions. Sleeper. Beak looks torn. You have to understand, this is personal for Ash. I know. Beak looks away, then at Ash. I don't know, Sleeper. I just don't know what to do. You glance around the bay of Briar, the walls seemingly closer every second. This whole thing is closing in on you. The question is, where do you want to be when it all collapses? Look at Peak. And what do you think, Sleeper? Peak rubs their forehead. Should we do this thing or not? Yes. Peak nods. Okay then. They squeeze your shoulder. Onward. You slip away to help Ash, leaving you alone to replay the conversation in your head. A certain kind of grim determination suddenly in the room. Last chance to prepare. Alright. Well, I got all this stuff done. Actually, yeah, maybe I should take the opportunity to, taking hardline attitudes, loudly arguing in favor of the quarantine, making friends with security. There are ways to deflect suspicion. So there be no suspicion. I'm not doing nothing. Alright, and now... let's see. Let's harvest these mushrooms. Okay, that's something. Alright. Now I am starving. Let's cross the rim. Let's go here to Memphis. There we go. That's pretty good. All that for only 12 cryo too. Ooh, yeah, and I'm kind of low on money at the moment. Well, on the bright side, a good way for me to make some. And it is by going here. Doing that. Then going here. And selling that. As well as this. Holy shit, I'm rich. Oh, look at that, man. Oh. Well, I kind of wish I'd realized that sooner. I would have spent more time working on it. Well, bright side. Place right here to gather scrap. Hmm. Damn, I really had wished that I realized that sooner. Okay. Oh well, there's always another playthrough. Oof. Terrible. She's gone, Sleeper. Peek is breathless and shaking. She started the run without us. Ash? Peek looks confused. Who else? Let's go. See if we can head to the cordon now. Peek starts back up the corridor. Turn back. She has to make it, Sleeper. She has to. Shiver runs down your spine. Ash, hope you know what you're doing. Oof. Damn. You arrive, frantic and anxious, at the cordon. Peek is nowhere to be seen. Then you hear footsteps hammering on the metal stairway. Helene's drone led you through before, the one that leads up to the observation deck. You leap up the stairs, two at a time, and make it to the top, momentarily blinded by the light pouring into the observation deck. Sleeper. Peek emerges from the light. I know she's trying to protect me, but... It's okay. She chose. But what about my choice, Sleeper? I'm not a child anymore. I can fight for myself. They turn away. There she is. Peek rushes to the wide window, leaning forward to catch a glimpse of the climbing briar's blue XPR livery against the black of the void. You spot the climbing briar, glint of blue and white, and beside it the red glare of a tug's lights. The tug crew went with her. Peek smiles. I knew they'd keep their word. That'll help. Peek doesn't seem to hear you, but the idea of the crew backing Ash up makes you smile. Maybe this thing will work. He watches the briar and its tug escort arc down towards the edge of the cordon, demarcated by the red lights of their perimeter system. So far so good. Briar will look just like another refugee ship being escorted into the cordon, at least at a glance. Peek grips the rail as Ash reaches the edge of the cordon. An invisible net of sensors splayed between ships and drones. House hoped the blind spot triggered. Think back to the mess of systems you had to wade through to set it up. Delicate contingencies you set up to trigger the sensor blackout at just the right moment. Without noise, without ceremony, the briar slides through the cordon. You await the flickering of alarm lights, swarming of drones, but nothing. Just another cycle, just another ship. Ashes in. Both you and Peek let out the breath you've been holding and laugh. How does she do it? Peek smiles, shaking their head. She's good? She certainly is, if a little stubborn. They laugh. You feel a little shaky from the tension, but Peek's ease helps you settle. You imagine Ash steely-eyed in the pilot seat of the Briar, searching for a place to dock. Maybe being stubborn has its advantages. You okay? Me, Peek sighs. I think that took years off my life, but got the hands of Ash. She was right. You and Peak turned back to the window, looking for the briar again amongst all the holes, the calm fading as new worries settle in. You spot the briar, first this time, docking with the largest of the flotilla ships, vast converted tanker, half of its protective plates removed. Think about the effort it must have taken to get that thing all the way here from the inner system. You watch the briar, unable to get any sense of progress from its placid exterior. They will be offloading everything now, Peak says, both assuring you and themselves that everything is going to plan. Think of all the supplies loaded into the briar, and how long the process of unloading them might take it. Wasn't everything S had wanted, or perhaps everything that the flotilla needed, was the best you could do with the time you had. Think of that reaction. Think of the reaction of the refugees, of the welcome and the thanks they'll give Ash as the bearer of such gifts. Focus on that as you watch the briar continue the nervous wait for it to finish unloading. It's breaking off. Peak points at the briar. You see the puff of air and dust that accompanies an emergency depressurization. S must have ended things early, but why? Then you see them, the tugs closing in on the briar. Haven Age must have spotted the ship. You and Peak are up against the window again, willing the briar a safe path out of the flotilla. Suddenly the briar shifts in space, a blue burr between two holes. Peak whistles. Look at that, they smile. Looks like those upgrades we put together work. Watch as S cuts through the crowded flotilla, the tugs not daring to follow her dangerous path, peeling away. It's hard to keep track of the briar, and suddenly both you and Peak are searching the black for a sign. Where has she gone? Then all of a sudden, she is out, blue against the black, pulling away from the cordon on a wide arc back towards the station. Clean run. Peak cheers and smiles at you. We did it. She's out. They beam uncontrollably at you, the tension released. You find yourself smiling, too. Smiling at these two beautiful idiots and their beautiful ship. Peak is hugging you, squeezing you, with all the nervous energy that had been building. Thank you, Sleeper. We did this together. I step back, still smiling. We did something. Come on. They rush out of the observation deck. Let's meet her. Okay, well. Huh. You and Pete rush into the briar, finding yourself in the now empty bay. Changes reminder of what you achieved, and looking around, you feel all the more satisfied. A hiss sounds at the far end of the bay, and Ash enters, looking exhausted. Peak runs up to embrace her, but she sits down on the bay floor before they reach her. You did it, they say. They sit beside her. Ash, you were incredible. She smiles a small smile at this, laying her head on Peak's shoulder. Suddenly feel like you're intruding, seeing the two of them like this, quiet and content. Sleeper, Pete calls. Come on over. Cross the bay and sit beside them on the hard metal floor. Ash, Pete gasps. Did you give the flotilla our chairs? They both burst out laughing at the ridiculousness of it all, and at the exhaustion, the worry, and everything. You laugh too. It's impossible not to. After a while, you all come to a stop. Peak wiping their eyes and Ash shaking her head. You would have loved to see it, Sleeper, Ash says quietly. The welcome I got. I came to greet the ship once I docked to offload supplies. Told them I was coming, of course, as soon as I got inside the cordon, but there were so many children, families. They were smiling at me, shaking my hand. Soul was there too, Peak, and he's just as gruff as he sounds over comms. She smiles. They took it all, crate after crate, until the ship was emptied out. Ash looks away. But there were so many, and even with everything we managed to bring, they needed more. They made me promise I would try to come back. Ash, Peak shakes their head. You know we can't do that twice. Ash stands up. What are we supposed to do? Wait for them to lift the quarantine? She's angry again, that familiar tension rising in her voice. Peak tries to pull you back down. Sit, Ash. Rest. You've done enough for today. Don't, Peak. I know my limits. Ash hardens. Okay, well. Seeing as they didn't catch you, perhaps they will lift it. You know the flotilla poses no danger now, and if they can't account for the extra load on the life support. Ash walks away towards the ladder that leads up into the upper part of the ship. I need to rest, Peak. She holds up a hand. Sleeper. Then she limps up the ladder, step by painful step. I'm afraid you were expecting a change in Ash's demeanor. Peak smiles at you. It's okay. Let her rest. Peak nods. I think I need some rest too. You put a hand on your shoulder and get up from the floor. We couldn't have done this without you, Sleeper, and I know those on the flotilla will thank you too. Go rest. No, thank you. Peak limps up the ladder, leaving you alone on the metal floor of the bay. Your thoughts drift to all those people on the flotilla, sleeping and sitting on metal floors like this, children, families, playing in cargo bays and repurposed fuel tanks. You know their story isn't over yet. You look forward to meeting them. Quarantine will lift. You feel more sure of this fact every moment, even though you aren't sure why. You lie back on the metal and stare at the ceiling. What was it Feng told you Erlen said? The eye opens for us all. Maybe the old guy was right. A home for the lost. You like the idea of that. Maybe in time you can help make that a reality. But something is bothering you. A sliver of a thought, like a splinter you can't extract. Why are thousands of refugees coming here now? People don't abandon their homes for nothing. What wave is rushing through the system, and when will it reach the eye? You shudder on the cold metal floor and get up. Something is coming. You can feel it. This isn't over. Oh, oh, oh. And now, nothing to do but hurry up and wait. Oof. Ugh. I don't know, honestly. Hard to determine if I want to continue or if I want to stop. Part of me does. Part of me really does. But another part of me is screaming at my body to go to sleep. So might be something to do. Ugh. But yeah. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Well, yeah. Alright. I closed my eyes for a second and my body immediately was like, oh yes, please. Please keep your eyes closed. Fall asleep in your chair right now. And I think I would prefer to sleep in my bed. But hey, thanks for watching. Certainly won't be the last time I play Citizen Sleeper. But, you know, feel pretty satisfied. Like, again, canon ending for this playthrough I got going on. Extractor is about 17 cycles ago or so. When left with Lem and Mina off to a distant, unknown planet. But yeah, before I get off, let's see what's going on with the operator here. See, build a ship mine, disable your tracker, extract the past, get Sabine out, get to know Emphas, pay Ethan's tab. Alright. All stuff to do later. I don't know. Maybe I should push through. Nah, I'm tired. Thanks for listening or watching or whatever. I appreciate you. Have a beautiful day, a wonderful night, and a pleasant afternoon in between.